Morning change. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Recording in
okay.
progress.
Where are the guys who are controlling this thing? Yeah, IT. Bahambile. Okay. But why singaziboni kahle laphana ku screen? Let's start our meeting. I think I have given all of you enough time to be ready. And all of us, our meeting was supposed to start at 10 o'clock. So this is our first meeting. I'm sure we can pray a little bit, né? Because this is a new year. I'll request each and every one of us just do a short prayer, and we start the new year. And also, this is our last term for the 6th Parliament. So I think it's important that we request the Almighty to be part of us and give us wisdom in everything that we do and protect us also. Remember, we're flying every day, coming to Parliament, driving with buses, with taxis, Ubers, and Bolts. We don't even know the people who are driving us, and it's not safe. And it's all by the grace of God that we are protected. And flying also, it's not guaranteed that you will land safe. Mercy of God. It's by grace, you know, that you've been united and working as a collective together as members of Parliament, and also with our staff members who don't get tired of us. Even if I wake them up at 12 midnight, they wake up shame, and they even forget sometimes that we are married. But let's have a short prayer, honorable members. Thank you very much, honorable members. A very good morning to you, and compliments of the new year. Although now it's February, we're going for March, and we haven't seen each other. We were busy with the State of the Nation address, the debates, and I'm glad that the Lord Almighty protected you and your families. I didn't hear bad news during school, the and beautiful. I don't see any bruises because that husband will get us if we can lay his head on our makoti. Yeah, but thank you very much, honorable members. You know, this year is our last term, and we just pray that all of us, we must come back. It is only by grace that we will be divided against our political parties Mr. Zaba, thank you very much for the good work that you've been doing for us, our researchers, advisor. Abonelli, although today she disappointed me by not telling you the right time to start our meeting. But thank you very much, honorable members. KPMG, you are back. Yeah, yeah, welcome. And thank you very much, honorable members. And I'm wishing you the best in your political parties that they need to redeploy you, because I know for the fact that members of this portfolio committee are dedicated, committed, and you have passion to serve the nation. And I'm very proud that I was deployed as the chairperson of this committee with members like yourselves, you know, and thank you very much for all the work that you've done in this committee in serving with people of South Africa with integrity and dignity. Thank you very much. May God bless you. I think, honorable members, we are going to start with the apologies first. And but I think what we are going to do today, we are starting with our process of filling in vacancies of the Commission for Gender Equality and trying to get people who are fit and proper to be appointed by the president to be commissioners for CGE. You know, and I trust that honorable members, you know what CGE went through, and hopefully even now we're going to identify and recommend candidates that will be credible, who are fit and proper, who are not going to destabilize CGE, and people who are prepared to serve the nation, you know, and we can't have commissioners who will be bogged down in disputes most of the time, going to use papers unnecessarily, and we are even drawn in as the portfolio committee to things that they are fighting for, which we don't even know what are they fighting for. So we have tried our level best to make it to stabilize the CGE, and what we've done, I think it's a lot and it's enough. I'm sure even the other motion that was passed by the House of removal of commission and one of the commissioners, I'm sure the speaker will then appoint the ad hoc committee to deal with it. But I think it needs to be resolved. But anyway, some of them, I think 6 commissioners, if not 5, their term of office is coming to an end this year before July. And so that's why it's important that we identify people with credibility who are not going to give the next term or members of parliament a problem, but will just continue with the good work that has done so far. And then today we are going to give Uneliswa and our researchers an opportunity to present to us the report on how far. Yeah, silence. We are going to give our staff members to present the report on the candidates that they have received, the applications that they have received in terms of what the requirements of our advert. And then after receiving the report, and they must tell us how many applications have they received, and have they summarized the CVs. I know that some of them, they were saying, no, we have attached all the certificates and so forth. Hopefully, when you were doing your summaries, you have added those things. Because, you know, writing CVs, other people, they write differently. They think when you attach certificates, there's no need for you to write in the CVs. You know, people are not familiar in writing a CV, some of them, but we'll consider everyone for as long as the application meets our requirements in terms of our advert. And then, you know, and honorable members, when we start with these processes, there are many eyes that are looking at us. And so we know how must we conduct ourselves and how must we respond to things. And we'll try our level best, especially for me as the chair. You know, if I say a word, people, they capitalize on what I'm saying and then run a story, and they will, you know, they do a lot of things. So when I'm starting these processes, I know that, I'm a target, and I try my level best to refrain from certain statements. But I also thought that you would have invited the legal team from Parliament, and I'm not sure why is Herman not here. Because somebody must be here from the IOSD. And there was one candidate from KPMG, which now, when we start these processes, she must no longer attend because it will be a conflict of interest, because we'll be discussing a lot of things, even the criteria and the questionnaires, you know, please make sure that it doesn't become part of our meetings, although she's doing her work, but she can't then be part of us when we're dealing with these things, because that will then mean she's privileged to be here, and then whatever things that we're planning, we're preparing, then she's got every information. So we're saying this in good faith so that our process can be credible and no one can come back and challenge us with regards to our process. I think we are going to be open and transparent and as much as we can, and so that, you know, we avoid unnecessary questions and unnecessary criticism from those who are watching our committee and say a lot of things. But I think, honorable members, this is not for the first time that we're dealing with these processes. And now the experience that we have gained with the previous appointments, interviews that we have been doing, from the NYDA to CGE, I think we have gained a lot. I'm happy that you are going to do as expected, including our staff members. So today you are going to receive the reports, and then what I think we can do, maybe what we'll do, we'll go through the reports, go through the summarized version of the CVs until later, and then come back tomorrow. Honorable members would have applied their minds in looking at all the CVs. And then tomorrow, we are not going to take time, but we'll be just calling the numbers like we did last, calling the numbers, and our staff members will then consolidate every the numbers that we would have called as as honorable members, and then give us the top. We'll have to decide about the numbers based on the applicants that they were going to tell us how many applications have they received. And then we'll have to decide how many people are going to shortlist, and we'll take it from there. But thank you very much, honorable members. Over to you, Nelly. Any apology?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, members and my colleagues. Chairperson, I've received one apology from Honorable Congo, who indicated that she has missed her call and couldn't find her flight and couldn't find a flight for today, Chair. That's the only apology that I have received. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Also received an apology from Honorable Opperman. the last I heard, unfortunately, her dad is not doing very well. And she's driving from the Northern Cape to
Oh,
Cape
shame.
Town to be here for tomorrow's budget speech. So if we could just note her apology, please, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for the apologies. What I want you to note is that when we start the process, all members will be part of the process. If any member is not part of the process, that will also jeopardize the opportunity of the panel not being formed. So if maybe all political parties must consider that, because we don't want tomorrow to say, I was not involved. You know, most, if there's another person, like for instance, Honorable Opperman, she's got a serious problem. So maybe what you can do, you can also discuss it in your party and then see how, remember, people who alternate are not voting. Ne? So it's important that Opperman is here. If she's not here, then you have to, the party needs to appoint another person who will sit up until the process it finishes. Also with the ANC, you must do the same. Your members must be here. And if one of your members is not here, then you'll have to communicate with your political party and they must tell us who is going to replace that person. Because when you start the process, everybody must be there. Yeah, it's a very delicate process, which one cannot take for granted. So that's all what I wanted to say, honorable members. Ne? Okay, let's we know each other, there's no need for, but for the purpose of the process, yes, ma'am, or translator Ma'am Kaula must sit next to Ma'am Kaula. This thing says that why is it that person? Oh, so when one of my back to me. Nelly, can't they fix the lighting?
Yeah, it's better. It's better. It's that.
Okay, oh, Carol, right up. Oh, okay. Yeah, there is a space.
Spoke to again, Ma'am K.
Woman, leader, good to me is a new God. Yeah, never you see it.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members. First on the agenda was Herman to take members through, from a legal perspective, from the OISD side, in terms of the criteria. Maybe we can just check with Neliswa. We all received the email and notification of the meeting. To hear whether Herman's on his way to present, so he's first on the agenda.
Thanks, Chair. No, I called him earlier and he said he was on the way. I'm not sure where he, but I'll call him again.
I use this as a moment. We want to start our meeting.
Chairperson, for the sake of time, Chairperson, what I can do in the meantime is to go through what I've prepared, and then we can take members through until Herman arrives. Would that be fine with Chair members?
Yeah, that's right.
So, good morning again, everybody. Just to start off with, we'll be looking at the document. It's a Word document. The title is Updated Framework for Process for Selection of Commissioners at CGE. What I've done for members is to prepare an outline, just to remind members again, the mandate of the Commission for Gender Equality as stipulated in section 1871 of the Constitution, that the CGE must promote respect for gender equality and the protection, development and attainment of gender equality. Furthermore, in section 1872, grants the Commission the power as regulated by national legislation, necessarily perform its functions, including the power to monitor, investigate, research, educate, lobby, advise, and report on issues concerning gender equality. So those are the key aspects, as members have known, in terms of our oversight of the committee, what it is that we expect the CGE to do. So one of the key things in terms of looking at commissioners is the understanding of the CGE's mandate and those particular functions. In terms of composition and appointments, according to the Commission for Gender Equality Amendment Act 17 of 2013 in section 3, the commission shall consist of a chairperson and no fewer than 7 and no more than 11 members who shall be nominated by a committee in the National Assembly, proportionally composed of members of third parties represented in the Assembly, approved by the National Assembly by a resolution adopted with supporting vote of a majority of the members of the National Assembly on the recommendation of the Assembly. Subsection 23 of the CGE Act was deleted, thus removing reference to the establishment of a joint committee, and the Senate as well as the Minister having to advertise this. So it was in terms of following on it, before members of the Commission are appointed, the Minister shall invite interested. It's the Word document, Chair. Looking at the framework, it's the Word one, and not the PDF version. Yes. So before the members of the Commission are appointed, the Minister shall invite interested parties through the media and by notice of the Gazette, propose candidates within 30 days of the publication of the said notice for consideration by the committee referred to in subsection 2B. Given these amendments, Parliament, specifically the National Assembly, as per the Amendment Act, is now responsible for placing the adverts for the filling of vacancies for commissioner positions. As members are aware, a letter from the Speaker's office was sent to the Portfolio Committee in this regard to attend to the filling of vacancies, as the Commission for Gender Equality reports to the committee. In terms of number 4, what we've done is just to provide members with the vacancies within the CGE. The CGE was established to have 12 commissioners. According to the correspondence received from the Speaker of the National Assembly, which was dated 7 November 2023. There are 6 members of the CGE that are on the verge of finishing their term of office by mid-year 2024, as chairs stated to the committee earlier on. So what we have in table 1, we've checked with the CGE in terms of the commissioners, the date of appointment, who would serve, was eligible for a second or first term, and the expiry term of office date. So for Mr. Seko, started on the 1st of August 2019. Term of office will come to an end the 31st of March 2024. A full-time commissioner, and she's eligible for a second term. So this was her first term. For Mr. Botha, commissioner, also started in 2019. The term of office will come to an end the end of May. Also full-time commissioner, second term. What I've indicated in yellow is for the late Mr. Butler. Term would have come to an end the end of July. She had served 1 term. For Ms. Mazibuko, also started in 2019. End of term is end of July 2024. She was full-time commissioner, serving a second term now. Ms. Matupi, a commissioner also that started in 2019. Term of office coming to an end of July. Full-time, a first term. For Honorable Day, also in 2019. Term of office coming to an end of July. Part-time, first time. Correspondence was received from the CGE with respect to Commissioner Day, dated the 25th of January 2024, informing the committee that the commissioner has resigned and their last working day at the CGE would be the 25th of April 2024. We've also just followed up, Neliswa, in terms of conversions. Neliswa has made a follow-up with the chairperson of the CGE to establish whether there have been any requests from part-time commissioners to be converted to full-time. And the correspondence was received from Ms. Mukhali, dated the 12th of December. And it said, I've just dispatched a request from the CGE with regards to Ms. Subraya Naidu. She would like to convert from part-time to full-time. Thus far, there hasn't been any other requests. I will indicate as soon as I receive more requests. So this was the correspondence Ms. Mukhali had sent in December. I'll just double check, Neliswa, up until yesterday, we haven't received anything. So that was the last in terms of the conversion. December was the last notification. So that gives members an overview of the 6 commissioners whose term of office come to an end, and then the 1 resignation, and when that comes into effect. In terms of the role of commissioners, the Act clearly outlined what is required of the Commission in fulfilling its mandate, which has been explained earlier. The Commission has developed a Commissioner's Handbook, which provides insight of the role of commissioners. The role of commissioners in providing to support the provinces is as follows. As members would recall, each commissioner is assigned a province, and there's a backup commissioner. They're expected to participate in provincial interventions and activities as requested by the provincial coordinator. Also in terms of strengthening network with key state, private sector and civil society organizations, expected to be attending meeting presentations with the provincial gender machinery and other structures such as the provincial legislature, House of Traditional Leadership and Civil Society, and then identify key issues of gender equality emanating from the work of provinces and the provincial coordinator to strategize on the take up and resolution of issues, either through engaging with relevant provincial stakeholders or referring this for national intervention to the office of the chairperson and CEO. Up and above the support of provinces, commissioners also have a role to play within the Commission's internal committees. Again, that's to assist with conceptualizing, planning and development of recommendations for thematic areas. It's the key areas the Commission will decide on within a given year what they would focus. perform an oversight role in terms of the implementation of agreed upon programs, perform a support role in the implementation of agreed upon programs as required, and then provide a link between committee, plenary, taking forward any issues requiring decision or guidance from plenary. So bearing this in mind and based on provisions outlined in section 1 and 3 of the Constitution, the nominee, as in when members consider the applicants and who would you recommend, must be a South African citizen and fit and proper person to hold office of the Commission as contemplated in section 1 and 3 of the Constitution, comply with any other requirements prescribed by national legislation, in particular, the Commission for Gender Equality Act. Moreover, in terms of section 193(2), states the Commission should reflect broadly the race and gender composition of South Africa. So in a bid to streamline administrative processes, candidates were required to submit all relevant information and documentation on an online application form, which members will recall you had adopted in the last time the committee had met. Parliament has embraced the fourth industrial revolution and has moved towards a more paperless system, hence the online application. Applicants were expected to provide all the required information in standardized format to ensure that the information is then a true reflection of what is submitted. Using this direct input method also eliminates any bias, prejudice, or misinterpretation. So in other words, whatever is online is what the applicant would put in. Nothing's been changed. Whatever members will see is directly what each applicant put in. Furthermore, the electronic method also ensured that all information and documentation is in one central secure place, and the onus was on applicants to submit the requisite information within the specified time frame. The Google link for the application form was also sent via WhatsApp separately at the request of interested applicants. The committee also made provision for postal applications. So we'll cover that in we have not received any postal applications, but there were emails sent. So besides online applications, Nelisa did receive emails. The advertisement clearly stipulated that in the event a candidate is shortlisted, a short summary of their CV will be posted on Parliament's website for a limited period for public comment. The application form had a specific question requesting each candidate to provide a short summary of their CV, which can be used for public commentary in keeping with the Party Act. In so doing, the short summary would reflect in their own words what a candidate has written for public comment. So the short summary, as Chair had indicated earlier on, each candidate was expected to do that. So when we go through, members go through the applicants, you will see their summary is there. It's written in their own words. In terms of recommendations of candidates, the process for considering candidates to be recommended to the President as per the CG Act takes into consideration the candidate's application form that was submitted and the candidate's interview. And the verification of qualifications and the vetting would also have been considered, and the public commentary. Where relevant, candidates will be given the opportunity to clarify and explain what issues that related to the outcome of the vetting and or verification of qualifications. In terms of the flow diagram, I've just indicated to members, there's the advert, there's the application, which was either sent, members, applicants either online or sent by email. Then there's the shortlisting. After the shortlisting, the short summary of the CV will go out for public commentary. In that time, there'll be vetting and the verification of qualifications, after which there'd be the interview. And then there'd be the deliberation on the outcomes of the interview, the report, and which will go to the House. On the right-hand side of this flow diagram is what members had looked at previously in the previous processes in terms of key aspects which were important. In terms of motivation, technical knowledge, strategic leadership, innovation, and governance. The committee, when deciding on a candidate to be recommended, members would consider the application form as explained, which is a standardized version of a CV, along with supporting documentation, that is the certified document, summary of the CV, public comment, and the nomination letter, if in the case that somebody was nominated, and the outcome of the interview. In so doing, members would assess how the candidate motivated why they should be a suitable candidate as per the advertisement. The act would have been articulated in the application form and the candidate's interview, as each candidate needs to do that. Moreover, the nomination letter and any commentary from civil society would have also been taken into consideration. As noted before, in the previous proceedings, members had identified some of the key competency areas. As noted, it's the technical knowledge, which looks at whether candidates have an understanding of the CGE Act, the mandate, key terms in terms of gender equality, gender mainstreaming, gender responsive budgeting, some of the key challenges faced in terms of strategic leadership, the candidate knowledge and experience in this regard. Teamwork, this is a key aspect of the role of commission as they work with a range of stakeholders. Innovation refers to the ability to derive creative solutions. And then governance is another key aspect of the work of a commissioner, which is another area to be considered when selecting a candidate. So members, my brief again covers what the CGE's Act is about, a mandate, an overview of those 6 commissioners, their terms of office, what members had looked at in terms of key competency areas, and what's stipulated in the CGE Act as well as the Constitution. Herman's role was specifically to look at the legal matters around the criteria. But I just think in terms of time, Neliswa, if you could perhaps with chairs, commission take members through the Excel spreadsheet, which is a list of all the applicants that we won't put on the screen because that's confidential. And then after Neliswa takes members through the list of the applicants, Crystal will then take members through the analysis, which is that PDF document, to say out of all those candidates, what can we see in terms of the number of males, females, persons with disabilities, who was nominated and not. So Chairperson, if it's fine with you, unless there's questions, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a question, and maybe one must firstly appreciate the report that we have just received from Honorable Chairperson. For me, it's just a recap, Chair, because sometimes we do the processes like we had done before, but one just forgets. In the case where a commissioner was serving their first term and they have an interest of returning, do they reapply and go through the entire process?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they reapply and go through the entire process.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's the first one. The second one, I think, Chair, it's quite important for us to get an indication, really. I don't think it's enough that I don't know whether we wrote to them formally as we're about to start the process to get an indication like who exactly from the ones that are part-time will be or is having an interest to go into a full-time. Because here there is an indication that Advocate Usipanya Mohale did a request, but it's not clear whether that request has been approved or not. I think it's important because there are some commissioners that we recommended who were part-time, and I think we would have, as a committee, had an opportunity to get them on a full-time basis. We could have gotten them there on a full-time basis. So I think we need to engage that process thoroughly, Honorable Chairperson, and put it to rest so that when we start this process, we are very clear on whether these ones that we are recommending before we complete the process, we are recommending on a full-time or part-time basis. But for me, it would be proper to give an opportunity for those who are already in the system to move from a part-time basis to a full-time basis, because at least they've got an experience of working within the commission itself. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko.
Thanks, Chair, and good morning to colleagues. And Chair, I just want to bring, I don't know whether it might not be a question, but an argument, and also and welcome the advisor. I saw the doctor is in the house. Whether yes, it seems like, is he there? Oh, yeah. Maybe one might be getting clearly when we start this process. I get it's a new process where, Chair, you need to, everybody must be given a fair opportunity. Immediately, if we want to close the part and say, we need to write to those who are currently in, and they must indicate automatically, you are giving them the fact that they are going back. You are giving them a priority. But I think this is a new process where everybody must be treated the same. But then the law says if a person has served the first term, is allowed to serve the second term, which according to qualifications, as they've qualified before, according to whatever criteria that we put in, allows that person to be third. So I think let's not tamper with the fact that you give them a special letter to write who wants to come back or not, but they've applied in a pool. We believe that they did that because it's a new process on its own. Secondly, Chair, on that one of Spanya Mohali, I think it's a separate thing because you said she wrote a letter and the time frame is closed or a window period. Therefore, it only awaits the response. I don't know whether the response is from a committee or is from yourself, President, as the President. Then let's allow that process to proceed and not temper to get into that. You know, it's painful, and with the fact that we are coming to an end of the sixth administration, we don't want our work to go in vain, but we must allow it to be recognized. We did a due diligent work. Maybe what we need to be advised here, Chair, is that how many, are we starting afresh like before? How many positions are we going to shortlist and process? I hear there is one that has already resigned. Does it fall to the same term or what? That I think we need to get that clarity, because you are saying the 6 have come to an end, it's coming to an end, but there's one. Is it on that 6? Are you referring to even the one that is resigned already or something else? So that's why I wanted to get the state law advisor is here or the groups, but let's just treat this process the same as we did the previous term without tampering with anything, and we take it from there, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable members, we are going to fill in 6 vacancies. 6, including the one of the commissioner who just resigned. It's 6 vacancies. With regards to the application, which the chairperson of CGE is talking about, yes. First priority, when there's a permanent, a full-time position, the chairperson of the commission applies to the president for another member who has applied to be converted as a part-time to be full-time. So that one, it's not a problem. So by the end of, I think before the end of our process, we will know that as and when we deal with this process of filling these 6 positions, we'll know that we have 2 part-time or we'll have 2 full-time. Yeah, so that one is not a big train smash. But also remember, the portfolio committee, it's our prerogative, that we make recommendations to the president that the following people can be recommended as full-time and the following can be recommended as part-time. But also at the end of the day, the president decides who does he want to appoint as a full-time commissioner and who does he want to appoint as a part-time commissioner. So that's why in some of the applications, you'll see that applicants have written part-time or full-time. So that one, it's not a train smash. I think I agree with you that just to safeguard ourselves, maybe let's not be specific that maybe this one, but at the end of the process already, we will recommend as the portfolio committee that these, based on their performance in the interview, will recommend that we feel strong that current Mamhlengwa and current Nelisa Nobata, candidate Mamhlengwa, candidate Nobatana, we feel strong that these ones must be appointed as full-time commissioners. And the following ones, we recommend that they must be appointed as part-time commissioners. So that one is not a big problem for us, honorable members. I think what the other thing that we need to consider here, looking at the dates, for us as the portfolio committee, when we make recommendation, we must take into considerations the dates, that these are the following people that we recommend. You remember, you see, if you look at the expiry term of office, there's one that is expiring on the 31st of March. There's another one on the 31st of May. And then the others, the four vacancies are expiring on the 31st of July. So with these ones, we are going to be specific and say this one candidate Carol must be appointed from the 31st of March 2024. Candidate Kashifa must be appointed from 31st of May 2024. So that it's clear. Remember, their term of office, it's not lapsing the same time. So this now gives us an opportunity and the president to appoint when they are writing their appointment letters, say these ones will start with immediate effect and the others will start later and on the 1st of August 2024. I think if we just get that one clear, it's the better. Which one also Masiko? We are covered, ne? We have responded to you. Yeah, so we're filling in 6 vacancies, honorable members. What's next, Kashifa?
We can take members to the legal requirements as the country.
Where is the document? There's one person that I don't know. The late, yeah. Sorry? Oh. Manje wayemohle noma Msonti. Oh, nifike right mamkhawona mamsonti. Oh. Hayibo. Yeah, faneke wenze njalo. Noma Msonti nami nje no Kero singamdinga umuntu sithi azohlala lapha ngibetha sitshela. Okay, thank you very much. That was on a later note. Herman, where's your document? Dokotela. Hayi akusi-doctor we-Afrikaans. Udokotela we he has done a doctorate in law. Yeah.
No, that check, corner thing, there's a what
I will have a few questions here.
First number one.
Okokuqala,
Number one.
there is something that puzzles me if you're saying that in the 6.
Lana chair wami uthi kulo 6 kukhona nalo owaresign
Yeah.
naye futhi ubuyile wazoba kulo 6
Yes.
ngisala kancane la ukuthi ufike waresign ngezathu esingazazi eyifunayo kodwa futhi uyafuna futhi again.
Okay. Aka-apply.
Oh, I said
Yeah.
that, sorry. Yeah,
Yeah. All right. Resignile nje. So she post.
Oh,
So i-post yakhe isenza ukuthi vele sibe nama-post awu-6. Vele bekagcina ngoJuly. Bese vele sizoba na-6
Her
vacancies.
term was ending in July. We were going to have 6 posts.
so ke manje ke okunye ke la change endikasibheke futhi sifunde kahle. Angithi abantu basilalele lapha emakhona. Lana ngithole i-complaint ethi wa-apply kodwa manje kuthiwa i-application yakho yalahleka. Ngakuthi ngize ngamfonela unkosazana wethu u-secretary of community. Ngifuna ukufind out ngoba ngokwazi wa-apply. Mase ngifonela u-secretary wethu ukhuluma ngokuthi yena uthe ngoba kwanga-apply vaya ukuthi iza lana ku-secretary noma ku-chair noma kubani. Yaya straight kwi-system. So manje wasethi ucele kuyena ukuthi aphinde amprovide ngento esho ukuthi hayi nangu okusho ukuthi mina nga-apply. Lezo lachazela ukuthi mhlawumbe ugcine kuyena kuyena wamnika into esho ukuthi no nakho nga-apply ngakho ukuze siqhubeke kahle ngamnikho izinto ezizosihile ekugcineni.
Ngi-addressile. I told Nelly ukuthi there are people who have sent applications kuye direct nobatana. Yebo? Because I get in that application khona i-email eshoyo ukuthi senda kuphi kunobatana kuNeliswa. So uNeliswa must take all the applications ezingene kuma-emails wakhe azithumelele ini neKashifa, is it you? Yeah, azithumelele kwaKashifa, including that one. That person bekathi apply wasenda kanjani. I told her ukuthi she must take all those applications as fake, so that there's no applicant or application esishiya ngaphandle. So it must be included.
Bengifuna ukuzwa le yeproof ngokuthi yena utshela ukuthi ucela i-proof.
I wanted to find out.
I-proof yani Mamkhawuli?
So Chair. I-proof yokushoyo ukuthi u-applyile.
The proof that says that she applied.
Any person who sends an email to myself or yourself, obviously you'll receive that that application, unless somebody iblokekile, yabo, yang go through. But at least that thing you can still retract. Ungakhona ukuyithatha back. Bese uyamthumela ukuthi nayi bengiyithumelile but it
You
was
can be
blocked
able to take it back
somewhere.
and
So
send
it's
it
not a
and say that I
transmission,
sent it.
but I dealt with that issue. I need to include that person as the candidate called Neliso. Yabo? Umuntu loyo iwafonela uNeliso.
That
Neliso
person
spoke
called
to me
Neliso.
about that case and I told her which I'm included.
Ya ngisho ukuthi avote lezo zinto abana kuqala.
I'm saying that so that we can avoid those
interview
things.
sasinasentu applyile kodwa into zethu ama-document
Because even before we had the same
Yingakho
issue
ngifuna
where
ukwazi
people
ukuthi
said that we apply.
ilungiswa kanjani ke lento yalaba. Ngiyabonga mawuthi uyitholile nawe and ushilo ukuthi kufanele kwenzekele.
I'm grateful if you said that you got
Bakhona
it.
nakanjani uyitholile angithi manje application emails wakho because we need to check all your emails ngoba nami abantu babangibuza ngithi thumelani kuNeliso
Because even myself, when people are asking me, I'm telling them to send it to Neliswa.
because abantu nami when people calls me regarding the process I was telling them straight call committee secretary because abanye abantu bavele babheke nje bathi hawu chairperson undaba and kubhaliwe lapha kule advert undaba so umuntu uvela afonela uchairperson
And the person calls the chairperson.
we must double check ne
Yeah.
that email ukuthi that person email yakhona uyireceive who's the name of the person and just include them give up kashifa bakhona ukuthi bayi capture yeah because we don't want to be unfair to other candidates ne everyone who have sent application that application must be accepted except those who applied late again. Yeah, those ones we can't accept. But any person who apply on time, including, remember even last time we were even considering those ones who were affected by load shedding. We looked at the application and we accepted it because it's not their own making. Yeah, so we accepted all those applications because into load shedding, it's there. So Nelisa, what she can do, she need to check so that that person cannot be treated unfairly by us. Futhi fanele nje ni-check kusese manje nizokwazi ukuthi silokho njani si-check ukuthi kulama applications you may find that that person who have sent an email because abanye they do ama-duplications yabo umuntu uyasend i-application acabanga ukuthi ayingenanga aphinde asende futhi asendele wonke umuntu. So I think Honorable Kaula, you can assist us by checking with the applicant ukuthi igama nesibongo uNeliswa a check emails wakhe and I also check with the Aboka Shifa you'll find that that person application yakhe ikhona ne please deal with that now so that whilst Dr. Tembe will be presenting a report yakhe Nina, deal with that application. Nelly, phone yako, you record it and deal with that application. Check that application. Uzopala mover. When I record, yeah, and then check lentu mamkhawula khuluma ngayo nabuka shifa ukuthi nitholile ilo application at that person. Over to you, Dr. Tembe.
Thanks,
Why?
Thanks, Chair and honorable members. What I'm going to present is
What Dr. Tembe, you want to stop our meeting? Ukuthi ngabonakala. Okay, let's attend for 10 minutes, check the quickly. To check. Yes.
Ibhizi mamkhawula sekugcwalisa lapha esiteshini. Is it on your list, on the Excel list?
It's the one that I asked.
Oh, praise him.
No.
Always.
Yeah.
You around? Oh, okay. You're not coming down. Oh, okay. Give me a shout, get more freedom. It's Sutherland, yeah. I got it from this shop. Cancer, diabetes, high blood pressure, and strengthens the immune system, helpful for HIV, cancer, diabetes, high blood pressure, and strengthens the immune system. I think they've got a lot of other drugs. They've got yeah, then they do put the food. I think it's one of the in the morning. In the morning, I'm cooking for. Literally, was 44 minutes. I parted of country. Oh. What is that? No, that is business. Enjoy. When I'm at work, I only eat what I can see.
What did you call it? Or the one that you recommended for the stomach? Yes, I got it. I forget. Where's this?
There's another one that I bought. I don't know the name of those tablets. I bought them at the health shop in Hello.
Hello. Hello.
I don't know the name of the tablets. I'll show you.
In Zandra. The penicillin.
The protein is trying to be getting.
Nothing is that because I did not remove the cold pressure. Yeah. Edward. I've just checked with her. She's not that good. Oh, I must include it. Okay. Okay. I'll ask them to send the updates, the application form, then we can edit in the update. Okay. I've been checking out the IT again, and here's what I can't do it for Nelly. Akekho we've just checked.
I'm told. I could email. What's my email?
I've checked several times.
Okay, let's get
Yeah.
some meeting.
I don't want it, not only okay. Be honest, yeah. Candidate Yaka Mamkaula can't read the advert because the advert is written where to send your CV. If that candidate did not
Recording
send it,
stopped.
where it's supposed to go, whose fault is that? True. I am still talking. True, Mamkaula. And that if we give that person a special
Recording in progress.
Commissioners for the CGE. So basically, since they'll say there is no standardized appointment procedure for commissioners or board members actually that emanate from Parliament, but for practical purposes, you will use what we have at hand, which is the CGE Act, the Constitution, and the Companies Act. So that will be our guide. So the purpose of this memo is to offer advice to the committee on the practical factors to be considered by the committee on the shortlisting process, so that most suitable candidates for the current and for the upcoming vacancies in the CGE can be recruited. The nerve of the leadership for the CGE emanates from a crucible interview and shortlisting process. In this paper, the term commissioner and the director will be used interchangeably for practical purposes. Currently, the CGE.
Amen. Usithumelele the document.
Not yet, Chair. I can send it.
Yeah, send it a separate.
Was a flight, and maybe it's not a bit to.
We are not an IT person. Baba. So this is the airport. Yeah, man. Oh, you put my total.
Yeah. No, but I'm saying this one is for this one, that one must be. This one.
Oh, it's not that one.
This one is for this one, so that one, I think in terms of the control, they must just.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, but
I am on
Although it still needs a little bit of tweaking.
Of what?
Tweaking. I'll tweak it thereafter.
You know, we're closing down the red. The color are closing.
Ayikwazi ukomphazanisa i-ANC.
Imbala, ma'am.
Anam esikolo la.
There's no NC in that scarf. I have it.
It's just color.
No more. No more.
Yeah.
But now it's worse, this thing.
It's right.
Yeah, Eva, yes, good evening, Eva, ngibheka ngithi.
No, it's somewhere.
Can't we close somewhere?
We can't.
Masiko, ungizweke manje siyalifutha sekuthengile. Uye phela nasemkhonjweni.
Ngihlala Suthi manje. Ngihlala Suthi. Ngihlala Suthi.
Mina bengizwa mina mhlawumbe yimi ngiyi-one. Amakhaza, no? Nawu fana nami.
Ngihlala Suthi egcwele.
It's getting worse now.
Ayivuleke kakhulu le?
Yeah.
Yeah, much better.
Ngiyambona nje.
Neli usithumele.
Ingane ngempela namhlanje ngiyabona.
Uyawubaleka lezwe. Uyabaleka lezwe.
Yamuhle nengayiphethe kahle ukuthi ngijabule
Encane, ngokuthi ayibone imali.
Okay, Unelisa have sent the email. It is shortlisting criteria. Bese it CGE shortlisting criteria 2024 doc. So for the benefit of the public out there, CGE means Commission for Gender Equality. Understand. It's not your fault. I'm not relevant. And I don't think it's on the. Nelly, you need to get an IT person who corrects us. Masiko and Nazi, please check if we are streaming.
No.
Please check for us Facebook.
What's on YouTube? But it's not on Facebook.
It's there. YouTube. Facebook.
Yeah. Yeah, I get this.
Corrected. The screen, your screen. Call the IT people.
But we're not on Facebook.
Mashir.
Oh,
Oh, this one is finance, communication, home affairs, police, mineral resources, intelligence, agriculture, justice, sports, industry, public service, basic education.
Lungisen.
But we are on
need to also find some alignments. Reason why I wanted to get aligned. And also
Yeah. Dr. Tembe, you can continue. Leli, why ngofuna lo muntu lo? Yeah. It's gonna be right, lapena. Baba, bafonelile ukuthi sibone ukuthi ku Facebook.
Not in service.
You're right. Siyabona manje ngathi ngina.
No, and that's really quite understand that the control is some control position is the therapy.
Oh,
So there's used to nothing was sort of operator was system which was very so the only one that's not online is this one, which is not a problem.
yeah, more or less valid at least.
So you I teacher.
Ukuthi asibone ku Facebook committed.
Or does the understand?
Dr. Teme, you can start.
Okay, thanks, Chair and honorable members. So what I'll be presenting will be the shortlisting criteria in the appointment of commissioners for the commission and so basically I wrote this as a memo to the committee on the practical factors to be considered by the committee on the shortlisting process so that most suitable candidates for the upcoming vacancies in the commission for gender equality can be recruited. The nerve of the leadership for CGE emanate from a personal interview and shortlisting process. In this paper, the term commissioner and the director will be used interchangeably for practical purposes. Currently, CGE has 6 upcoming vacancies that will lapse from 31 May to 31 July 2024. These are the position of Ms. Busisiwe Day, who was a part-time commissioner, who resigned. Ms. Octavia Lindiwe Nduli Klubatla, who was a full-time commissioner, deceased. Ms. Dibiela Gertrude Motupi, who is a full-time commissioner. Ms. O'Hara Ngoma Disego, who's a full-time commissioner. Then Ms. Nomasonto Mazibugo, a full-time commissioner. And Mr. Mbuiselo Botha, a full-time commissioner. The existing vacancies are for
I need to correct your report, Dr. Tembe. Because in terms of what you wrote, it says existing vacancies are for a part-time commissioners and 5 full-time subsequent to a resignation.
Hence, Chair, I was saying it's going to be tweaked, but hence then I was reluctant to flight it because then I had to succumb, then flight it because I was still going to tweak it for practical purposes, so where I can see there are issues.
That's doctor for you.
Doctoring us.
Doctoring.
But then the upcoming vacancies are for a part-time commissioner and 5 full-time commissioners subsequent to a resignation. 5 commissioners are eligible for reappointment as they are serving their first term in office. Since there is a resignation, that will mean only 4 commissioners are eligible for reappointment.
But also, Mam Nomasonto and Commissioner Botha, it was their second term.
Yes. So, which means for the 2 commissioners which were full-time, which is Nomasonto Mazibugo and Commissioner Botha, they've served their second term, so they are not eligible. So they are on their exit. So Section 187, one of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act number 108, 1996, provides for that the Commission for Gender has promote respect for gender equality and the protection development and attainment of gender equality. Section 187(2) further provides that the Commission for Gender Equality has the power, as regulated by national legislation, necessary to perform its function, including the power to monitor, investigate, research, educate, lobby, and advise and report on issues concerning gender equality. Section 193 of the Constitution provides that the members of any commission must be women or men who A, are South African citizens, B, are fit and proper person to hold the particular office, and C, comply with any other requirement prescribed by the national legislation. Section 193(2) provides for the need for a commission established by this chapter to reflect broadly the race and gender composition of South Africa must be considered when members are appointed. Section 193(6) provides for the involvement of civil society in the recommendation process may be provided for as envisaged in Section 59(1)(a) of the Constitution. Section 59(1)(a) of the Constitution provides that the National Assembly must facilitate public involvement in the legislative and other processes of the Assembly and its committees. Then Section 3(1) of the CG Act number 39 of 1996 provides that the commission shall consist of a chairperson and no fewer than 7 and no more than 11 members. Sorry. No more than 11 members who shall have a record of commitment to the promotion of gender equality, and B, be persons with applicable knowledge or experience with regard to matters connected with objects of the commission. So practically, these are the only criteria which are prescribed by the Act. Section 37 of the Act provides that any person whose term of office as a member of the Commission has expired may be reappointed for 1 additional term. Then Section 10(1)(b) provides that a member of the Commission, as well as a member of the staff of the Commission, shall perform his or her function in good faith and without favor, bias, or prejudice. Then I have to refer to the Commissioner's Handbook. In its vision, the current one, because we have not been provided with an updated version of the Commissioner's Handbook, so we still rely on the one that was provided, signed in 2013. Then in its vision, the Commissioner's Handbook stipulates that the Commission for Gender Equality shall advance, promote, and protect gender equality. This is done through research, public education, policy development, legislative initiatives, effective monitoring, and litigation. So, which basically on the other part, on the latter one, on litigation, I think there are issues which are known by the committee on the status of CGE for litigation, but this is what is in the Commissioner's Handbook. Section 5.3.2 enlists the responsibilities of commissioners, amongst others, a cooperative governance and determining the strategic direction of the commission. B, lead the commission ethically for sustainability in terms of the economy, environment, and society, taking into account impact on internal and external stakeholders. C, ensure the commission operates as and is seen to be a responsible, compliant corporate citizen. D, ensure the creation of an ethical culture supportive of gender equality, setting necessary principles, practical practice and standards, excuse me, measuring adherence with and incorporating this into its risk management, operations, performance management, and disclosure mechanism. The PC on women youth and persons with disabilities should consider shortlisting capable and capacitated individuals to enhance the vision of the institutions. The failings of most boards only becomes apparent when one looks beyond its structural attributes and consider more subjective factors such as quality of professional background and engagement in board responsibility. The legal framework, which is the bedrock for the establishment of the institution, does not describe in depth the personal attributes of envisioned commissioners, except those mentioned in Section 3(1)(a) to B of the CGE Act, mentioned above. It is an activist and knowledge-based statutory creature to drive the objects of the commissioner. The latter can be inferred either from the functions or vision of the commission as encompassed in the responsibilities of commissioners. This means the candidate should be conversant with the mandate of the commission outlined in Section 187 of the Constitution. CGE is empowered to monitor, investigate, research, educate, lobby, advise, and important issues concerning gender equality. These qualities can be gleaned from the curriculum vitae or a resume of candidates. These skills spread across diverse social science fields with different specialists. Premised on the encompassing injunction of Section 11, amongst others, the candidate must be able or capacitated to monitor and evaluate policies and practices of state and private sector. This is very critical because monitoring and evaluation is a new phenomenal skill in the academic area, but measures performance and effectiveness. The importance of examining effectiveness is that it shifts focus from inputs and outputs to an outcome-based assessment of the projects, programs, and policy implementation of the institution. The assessment, therefore, goes beyond concerns about whether the institution is fulfilling its constitutional and legal duties efficiently and examine the relevance, impact, and quality of the institution. It will be beneficial for CGE to recruit such specialists on monitoring and evaluation to enhance its standing and promotion of gender equality. For continuity and stability, the CGE Act provides a discretion to the PC, excuse me, which is dealing with this recruitment, to recommend for appointment a candidate who has served first term of incumbents to be reappointed for another additional term. The legislature's intention was to maintain stability, institutional memory, and seamless transition to those efficient office bearers in the institution. It is generally acceptable and rational if the performance of their duties within the institution is satisfactory and they are still fit and proper person. The definition of a fit and proper person is not the criterion used in legal phraseology, but the candidate must be fit for purpose. He or she should show a level of capability and capacity in the performance of the task expected from the commissioners. He or she must be able to interact with the communities in terms of delivering performance and knowledgeable on gender issues. Members of the commission are equivalent or similar to a board of directors in terms of their function. Hence, the veritable principles of corporate governance apply to them par excellence. Although the CG Act is clumsy on the educational standards expected from commissioners, however, the Commissioner's Handbook gives a glimpse on the typical person to be a member of the commission from the responsibilities of commissioners. Section 69 Act 8 of the Companies Act number 71 of 2008 and lists the previous common law duties of a director. It provides as follows: a person is disqualified to be a director of a company if a court has prohibited that person to be a director or declared the person to be a delinquent in terms of Section 162 or in terms of Section 47 of the Close Corporation Act number 69 of 1984, or B, subject to subsection 9 to 12, the person is unrehabilitated insolvent. 2 is prohibited in terms of any public regulation to be a director of a company. Then 3, he has been removed from office of trust on the grounds of misconduct involving dishonesty, or 4, has been convicted in the Republic or elsewhere and imprisoned without the option of a fine more than the prescribed amount for theft, fraud, forgery, perjury, or an offense involving fraud, misrepresentation, or dishonesty. B, in connection with the promotion, formation, or management of a company, or in connection with any act contemplated in subsection 2 or 5, or CC under this act, the Insolvency Act number 23 of 1936, the Closed Corporation Act number 69 of 1984, the Competition Act number 89 of 1998, the Financial Intelligence Center Act number 38 of 2001, the Security Services Act number 36 of 2004, or Chapter 2 of the Prevention and Combating of Corruption Activities Act number 12 of 2004. Manifestly, the Constitution in Section 193, subsection 2, provides that the committee must, in its deliberation, consider the need to reflect broadly the race and gender composition of South Africa. The candidates must be South African citizens or possess South African citizenship. Therefore, the PC must shortlist and interview suitable candidates in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution and CGE Act. Candidates for the CGE vacancies must also be knowledgeable and adept to the delineation of leadership and management. This said it based on some of the conflicts which has been observed between the management and leadership of CGE. Commissioners are the leaders of the institution individually and collectively. They are responsible for setting the strategic plan and annual performance plans, whilst management is responsible for the operations of the institution. Commissioners are accountable to Parliament for their performance and financial reports. With some measures, they may share these others' tasks with management, as espoused is in the Commissioner's Handbook. The structures, processes, and practices that the board uses to direct and manage the operations of a company determine how authority is exercised, how decisions are taken, how stakeholders have their say, and how decision makers are held to account. Who is responsible for what? Those knowledgeable in corporate governance are potential candidates for shortlisting. These candidates must know who sets the direction, which is the company strategy, and the limits within which the direction is to be pursued. For example, budgets and company policies. Who makes decisions about what the respective authority levels of board and management, and who set performance targets, monitors progress and evaluates the results, and who is accountable to whom for what. For example, the board to shareholders and the chief executive to the board. So that is what a footnote taken from Naidu on corporate governance and essential guide for South African companies, which is a 2016 book, page 4. Mel Gill in the same book so succinctly and effectively put it: corporate governance consists of the structures, tradition, and processes of leadership and stewardship that assign power, defines roles, responsibility, and leadership. It governs communication with stakeholders and ensure accountability from which legitimacy is derived. That is, who has influence to decide on what decision makers are held to account. Candidates for CGE vacancies should have the skill of dispute resolution on gender-related issues and human rights. In terms of Section 11E of the CGE Act, the commission shall on its own or on receipt of a complaint endeavor to resolve any dispute or rectify any act or omission by mediation or conciliation or negotiation. Subsequent, the commission may at any stage refer any matter to the Human Rights Commission, the Public Protector, or an authority that is appropriate. The handbook is clear that the commissioners are constantly called to make decisions in order to solve problems. In addition, commissioners are also occasionally required to develop opinion piece on human rights and constitutional matters for publication. In King 4 report of its body of principles for good corporate governance stipulates that the board should comprise the appropriate balance of knowledge, skill, experience, diversity, and independence for it to discharge its governance role and responsibilities objectively and effectively. Section 10(1)(b) of the CGE Act also accentuates the concept of independence amongst commissioners and members of staff. King 4 report attempted to provide guidance with regard to the meaning of independence. That is, there is no interest, position, association, or relationship held or enjoyed by a director that, when judged from the perspective of a reasonable and informed third party, is likely to influence unduly or cause bias in decision-making in the best interest of the organization. So independence is a vexed issue because other persons consider it external and others internal in the operation of the institution. Commentators tout independence as the golden standard for board composition and is celebrated. It has its place in the pecking order, and there are other things that matter more. In summary, independence is more about a director's state of mind, coupled with a willingness to walk away if necessary, and when the discharge of his or her fiduciary responsibilities are likely to be compromised and the integrity of the organization. Therefore, the advice to the committee must apply due diligence in its shortlisting process and consider the document in its entirety. The Constitution in Section 59(1)(a) allows for facilitation of public involvement in the National Assembly committees and other processes like this one. The PC should allow and consider public comment on the shortlisted candidates. The committee must finally and deliberate and approve suitable candidates and subsequently recommend the candidate for the president's appointment. The PC should recommend staggered appointment dates to the president as those candidates will fill the two positions. There are two positions. one will expire at the end of May and the other before July, because for most of the candidates, their lapse of term is 31 July, but there are two commissioners whose term lapsed before 31 July, hence said that there must be staggered appointment. Then Section 36 of the CGA provides that the president may, in consultation with the commission, appoint a part-time member to a full-time member for the unexpired portion of that part-time member's term of office. Those are the unexpired portion of the part-time members who converted. It's what the state which the status to which referred in the previous conversation when we're speaking about whether the commissioners currently they've applied for conversion. So then lastly, currently there are 2 males in the commission and the rest are female Africans. There's a need to consider gender, disability, and demographics on this shortlisting process to have a balanced commission in terms of representation of these factors. It will also be preferable and advantageous if every province can be represented in the CGE. Then that was just an opinion piece on that one. Then lastly, in conclusion, the committee must assist the president by recommending the chairperson. Oh, I think that's an out on paper. So I think I can rest the case there. So, but I'll say for the latter part, I'll delete it because it's inappropriate in this document. Thanks, Chair and honorable members.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tembe, for the report that you just presented. Honorable members, I think the principle of us in terms of assessing the work that has been done by the current serving commissioners still stands. We know, in fact, we know all commissioners, how have they performed, and including the reports that they've been submitting to the portfolio committee. All of us, we know, honorable members, who was doing what. I think with regards to that, we are also going to consider that. And then the other thing that we need to consider is persons with disabilities. Remember now, the current serving commissioners, if you look at who will be remaining, you will see that there won't be a person living with disabilities. And then we have one man. We need to also consider young people to CGE because, you know, young people must also be given an opportunity to be appointed in these boards or commissions. So we are not just going to take young person because it's a young person, but we are going to look at the credibility and the fit and proper a person to be deployed, to be appointed. No, it's not about cadre deployment. What I'm trying to say is that we are going to look at our criteria as we're speaking, and the people geographical spread. It doesn't mean that we are saying by fire, by hook or crook. There must be people coming from all provinces, irrespective of whatever, whether they are qualifying or not qualifying. But I think it's a matter of principle that we will look at geographical spreads and also the skills of different candidates. We'll also look at that, whether they do have the suitable skills that are needed by CGE to push the vision and of CGE. Yeah, obviously, a person who's insolvent is not going to be considered. And we don't want stories. We are going to screen everyone. Those qualifications will be verified. Some of the people were saying, hey, people buy qualifications. But with us, it's easy because we do verify the qualifications. Our human resource department does that for us. And the state security will have to screen all those candidates if they do not have criminal records. So each and every candidate that will be shortlisted will have to submit their fingerprints, the original copy of their fingerprints. Unfortunately, they can't email, but they'll have to submit. They submit physically or they submit through couriering. Sometimes others, they do complain that couriering is expensive, but there's nothing we can do because they're coming from different provinces. So they'll have to courier their fingerprints. So I think, honorable members, these are some of the things that we are going to do. And I think after our shortlisting tomorrow, we'll have maybe 2 weeks. We'll have to publish the names of the candidates that would have shortlisted. And we are going to strictly stick to per year. So, because we don't want to be litigated. So, personal information of candidates, it's not going to be published because it's personal information, but other things that we will agree upon as a committee, we can share with the public. In fact, people will have to meet our deadline when we publish the CVs of individuals, of the candidates. We are not going to extend the publication of CVs. We'll give it 2 weeks. So 2 weeks is enough, which is 14 days. Remember, Tina, we're counting even Saturday and Sunday because Tina, we work every day. For us, Saturday and the Sunday, it's a working day. So we are going to count those days. So 14 days will be enough. I'm sure what we'll need to do is to make sure that the state security fast track the screening of those candidates. Human resource must also fast track verification of qualifications. Some people, you know, in the previous processes, people will be saying, I was studying overseas. And when we look for the university is not there. So it's a fly-by-night university. So everybody will be screened. There's no one who will not be screened or a person. And remember, honorable members, the report that is presented to us by state security, each and every candidate will have to account for whatever that we've been given. That is the process. So when we say openness and transparency, we mean those kind of things. Any person who have applied who knows that there are certain things in their closet, they must know that when they come here, those things will be asked in public. We are not going to use per year because here our meetings are open to the public, and each and everything when we question people, we question people in public. So anything that a person knows that he does have in the closet, it's better for the person to inform the portfolio committee upfront, so that at least we are not shocked by the report that we're going to get. I think the other thing, what we do, we give candidates an opportunity to explain themselves based on the outcome of the screening process that have been done by our state security, and also the verification report for qualifications. We do give people an opportunity to explain that you said you've got a doctorate, and then that doctorate, it's not found anywhere. That's why Mam Kaola was saying, Chair, you are saying is Dr. Tembu, Dr. Medical, and I said, it's not a doctor of Africans, it's a doctor. Yes, that need doctorate in law, you know, a PhD in law. So I think it's important for everyone who has applied to be honest, because once the information has landed to us, Tina, we are going to ask you according to what you have submitted to us. So people must not go out and claim that, no, Tina, we have exposed them or we have done what. This is our criteria, everything we lay bare, we don't hide anything. So, let me give honorable members an opportunity to talk to this presentation by Dr. Tembe, Honorable Masiko, Honorable, doesn't it? You don't want? Carol, nothing? Tembani, anything? Okay, Mam Kawula, Mam Sonti. Mam Kawula, Mam Sonti. Oh, Mam Sonti, okay. Okay, as calling Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and we must again appreciate the report from the Legal Services Department, Dr. Tembe. Chair, I'm in support of all that has been raised. Also, given the fact that we are not really starting the process for the very first time, we have just come through the process. But I do have a bit of a concern, Chairperson, and I think you have raised it on page 8, which is dealing with the issue. Okay, it should be, okay. No, it's actually page 9, sorry. The last paragraph, which says that it would also be preferable and advantageous if every province can be represented in the CGE. I think, Chairperson, we really need to reword it, because we are going to be using this document as agreed upon as part of our guide in terms of shortlisting. And judging from the processes that we have run before regarding CGE, you would find that in other provinces, you wouldn't receive any applications. In other provinces, you'll only have 1 or 2 applicants. So if we really use this document and these words exactly in tying ourselves down, we will have a challenge. I think we need to reword it and indicate what you have said, Chairperson, in terms of a fair representation, or we must adhere to the issue of geographical spread. But if we say every province can be represented, it becomes a problem. So I'll request, Chairperson, that we just correct that line to indicate what you had just raised around a fair representation or observing the issue of a geographical spread. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. We are 100% correct. Dr. Tembe, may you please correct it as we just said? Because, you know, people will take it raw as is and say every province, and that one will give us problems. But in terms of us considering geographical spread, that one is correct. Remember, we are talking about boards, commissioners here. It's like boards, you know. It's not about us appointing people according to provinces, but there is certain criteria that we look at. So, ungasibambe inyawo nezandla bese kusasa sakwazi ukuyikhulumela futhi uyazi ukuthi masenza lama processes we are being challenged. Abantu bayagijimisa ama-court mase basibona sifaka abantu mangabe ama-candidate wethu la ngabuya endaweni ethile bese kuthiwa hayi besithe every province. Yabo?
I think, Chair, we can only stick, this can be omitted because I think the Constitution in 193(2) says the need for a commission established by this chapter to reflect broadly the race and gender composition of South Africa
Yes.
must be considered when
Yeah.
members are appointed. So I think let's stick to the Constitution. This
Yeah,
was
let's
just
stick to the Constitution.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
was an opinion. So
Mm.
since you are tweaking the document, this can be omitted. It's not a transmission.
Yeah. Ma, Sonti,
Can I come?
yes, ma.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good day to everyone, my colleagues and the staff, and Dr. Tembe also. Mine, Chairperson, it's very short. You said the commissioners who were serving in the last term on CGE are able or have an access to compete for the second time. Do you say that Commissioner Mbuyiselo Botha has the right person to compete again to be as the commissioner, as we know what he did in the CGE on his term? Thank you, Chair.
The second term, he said,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm done.
Ngibonge Chair. Thanks, Chair. Noma sengiphoxekile ngikhona ngizoyikhombisa umvaba egcineni. No, Chair lana ngibonge leyo ukuthi kufanele ama-province ameleleke wonke. Vele kakade siyesisho ukuthi even noma ku-apply-wa or masikhipha ama-adverts funeka enziwe nangawo wonke ama-language emaphepheni. Kuze ngeze babikho abazothi thina asikaze siyithole. Ngizamile ukuyibheka kuyiso lezwe sangayithola khe singidluleke lapho.
Yeah, when there is an advert, we ask that they must use all 11 official language. I did look at Isolezwe, I didn't get, but I'll pass it.
Nayo into lana engifuna ukuyibheka la Chair. Ngiyakhumbula kulokho kokugcina, nothi kokugcina oba sizofuna abazosimela ku-NYDA.
You remember the last time when we look at people who are going to represent us in NY?
Kusaba nenkinga leyo ukuthi noma sithandwa sami ngizocela unganani ngikhulume ngiqede ngene bese uyezala. Saba nenkinga la Othola abantu bonke, the most of them, basuka eGauteng. Uze ugcine sesibathola ukuthi ekugcineni khona abayenza athi hhayi mina ngiyena waseGauteng owaseGoli. Angazi sizoyigwema kanjani leyo nto. Angikhumbula nje abanye azathi yabonani lento yenu ukuthi nonke ni-aplaye via Gauteng or Joburg. Kodwa ekugcineni wena uthi usuka e-KZN, wena usuka e-Eastern Cape, Western Cape iyamlimaza yini. Angazi sizoyibheka kanjani-ke futhi manje lento ukuthi asizuphinde sihlangabezane nalo challenge. Abantu abangafuni ukumele ukuthi basuka kuma-province abo, or Eastern Cape, Gauteng, Eastern Cape, Western Cape, Limpopo, njalo njalo. Because ikhona le tendency yabo abantu bangafuni ukuba proud ngama-province abo, ekugcineni bese ngathini egcinilana abantu esibhekelela bona ukumukela into zabo baseGoli. Yilo nto nenkinga ukuthi asizukuba nayo le nto inkinga na iphinde yenzeke again na. Ngibonge futhi ukuthi ku-Honorable Dr. Tembe Nhlayisuthi ukuthi iyakwazi ukuthi asitshele ukuthi kufanele sibhekelele izinto ekugcineni esingabuye sizosishaya. Njengokuthi siyabafuna aba-youth and siyabafuna abakhubazekile njalo njalo. Kodwa-ke ilena nje engiphatha kabuhlungu. Le yalabantu-ke abagcina be-aplaya as if basuke eGauteng kanti ekugcineni bamelelekile. Engazi ukuthi why beyihayida. Sizoyithini if sihlangana nayo futhi la, ngiyabonga.
Yes, we did have a problem last time because all the people who did apply, they just said no, they are coming from Gauteng, whereby the people are disgraced about their provinces, like maybe Eastern Cape or KZN. And all people like youth and disability.
And all provinces.
And all provinces.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kaula. I think with regards to the issue of how are we going to manage the issue of people who apply and not clear about their provinces, whether a person who's working in Cape Town like me and you are from KZN, I'm from Gauteng, but working in Cape Town. Other people, sometimes they hide where they are coming from. And sometimes they use addresses where they are working. And what we're going to do, we are going to manage it as we did last. We'll take, when we interview candidates, as and when they introduce themselves and tell us who are they, we are going to note what the person said to us when the candidate was introducing himself or herself, so that we are not exposed to that thing of maybe ending up taking many people from one province. So we are going to use our own discretion, but also looking at the applications on their CVs. What did the candidates say in terms of where the person is staying? We are going to look at that, but also listen to candidates when they introduce themselves. This person is saying is coming from where, and is in Gauteng because of work, or is staying now permanently in Gauteng. So I think those are critical issues that we need to look at and consider when we do our finalization of the list. So I think it's something that we cannot preempt what will be the outcome of the interviews, but it's something that will be at the back of our minds that there is this thing. And what did we say in terms of our criteria? The issue of geographical spread, it needs to be considered. But the issue of having persons with disabilities, if a person is coming from the same province as maybe we have identified another candidate or two candidates from that province, it's something that we cannot fight. It's something that we can apply our minds as a panel on how do we manage it in a manner that will not put us under pressure and also put us on the spot, but also it will be according to the performance of candidates, because sometimes you'll find that other candidates coming from other provinces are not performing. So we can't manufacture candidates and force them to perform if they are not they did not perform in the interview. So we must not put pressure to ourselves. Yeah. We must not put pressure to ourselves. Yeah. And we must be ready that when we deal with these processes, obviously you are on the line to be criticized. You know, we are just messengers, and we are ready to take those bullets. I think let's not be pressured by anything. Let's do our work according to how we are expected to be conducting ourselves, and to do the work for as long as it will not jeopardize our process and it will not bring the reputation of the institution into disrepute. On.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair and honorable members and Dr. Tembe. I think my issue is just on when we're speaking about the part of the requirements. I think you only in particular stated two, but I think I just have a concern. You said that a person must have a record of commitment to the promotion of gender equality. I think my concern there, because we spoke about the accommodation of young people in particular, when we're speaking about the issue of a record of commitment, in terms of a time frame and quantification of that work being done, is that at a discretion of the portfolio committee, or do we have some time frames and quantified measures where we look whether they are satisfactory or not for consideration?
That must be also answered by us. It's us who puts the. I pardon you because you were not part when. It's us who put the requirements. When we draft requirements, we look at the Constitution, we look at the CGE mandate. For what the Act of CGE says, we consider. We base our requirements based on that. We can't put anything that is against the Act and the Constitution. So that's how we put the requirements. So this time, this thing of experience and so forth, it's not working with us. Because remember, young people, some of them, they've been gender activists from a very young age. And so you can't disqualify a young person because it doesn't have experience. For as long as the skills the person possesses and meets our criteria and performed in our interviews, we will consider that young person. We are not going to consider a young person who came to the interview and said, hot air, but we are going to consider people who said something to us and we are convinced, because in sometimes people come and speak big English, but when you listen to the content, it does not meet what you need as a panel. So there are many things that we consider. skills, knowledge, leadership, creativity, innovation, whether the person is going to bring something to add value to the commission. We also look at all those things. So there are many things that we look at, and whether those skills they fit in to CGE. We check all those things. So that one is not a big deal. But some of them, they've been participating in some civil society organizations. That also is taken into account. Whether those civil society organizations are gender-based or whatever. So we look at all those things, you know, because we require many skills. Especially now, we know that the group of commissioners that we have recommended last and the president appointed, we know them, what skills is there, and we know now what skills is required to CGE now. So we will help honorable members. You can ask anyone. Yeah. Mam Khawula.
Ngenzela lana ukuthi yonke into sithi mase siya lapha sosebenza sibe sazi ubuzile lokusatha. Lakhe lana chairperson ngemvume yakho. Uzokhumbula la sike sanenkinga yabantu angithi ngiyakulento ama fingerprints. Uthola ukuthi umuntu wayikade enecala maybe ngesikhathi leziyana zo apartheid wathola ukuthi kodwa wonke lawo macala ayenza ngalezi sikhathi. Sizokwenza njani ke manje yokuthi sibheke ukuthi labo bantu ama case anawo akona ama case awenze manje ama case mhlambe ayenze ngalezi sikhathi. Sizothini ngalabo bantu sazoqhubeka ukuthi no lo muntu because lesasikhathi kwakuyizikhathi ezazinzima sonke savaya kuzona. Ngisho ukuthi ngizocela nje nami masitole ungilalele kahle. Khona isikhathi la sike saba nenkinga khona uthola ukuthi kuthiwa lo akakwazi ukuthi angene kulo mkhakha because kunamacala ayeboshelwe yona. Kodwa lawo macala kube kwakungamacala apartheid before. Uyazi isikhathi apartheid sidlule ezikhathini ezinzima. Lana ke sithini ke yini nisitshela yona wena njengo chair and inhlalisuthi lami Dr. Tembe lana ukuthi sizomisa kanjani ngoba bakhona labo bantu uthola ukuthi uyababona bayakwazi ukwenza umsebenzi kodwa inkinga basenale ama fingerprints abo angasulwanga. Yabo. Ngibonge nale ama experience ngoba enye yezinto ebeyisihlukumeza ukuthi abantu abakwazi uqashwa ngoba kukho lana okuthiwa khona hamba yokwenza experience. Umntwana uqedile esikoleni kodwa uyambona lo muntu ukuthi unayo le esidingayo kodwa manje ngenxa yalento experience ukuthi ngempela ngiyabonga masixoxa ngekomiti ngoba iyasilimaza. Umuntu uyambona unawo lama requirement esiwadingayo. Sibuye kulento yama flight by night. Nangoku umuntu kaNkulunkulu usephethe umqingo wakhe ngokuthi wazi ukuthi uqedile. Yini esoyenza as government ke siyakwazi ukubuyela siyobheka lesa sikole semfundisi ukuthi why nenze lento waste isikhathi salomuntu. Kuyimanje fana ngabe uyaqasheka noma siyammotivate la ukuthi no nanka ama qualification unawo. Kodwa ngesikhathi sokuthi nina niwese isikhathi ngoba yokufeyila ukulwa nalama fly by night. Yini esoyenza kulo muntu naye nophethe lamaphepha nazi ukuthi unawo ama qualification egcineni kodwa akanawo. Ngiyabonga.
Any fly by night institution, Mam Khawula, we're not going to do any favor. Yeah, that one when they do a verification of qualification, the state security will take the report because that is the only legal report that we can recognize as the portfolio committee. Yabo? And there's nothing we can do with it. That's why it's important, Kuti, when people apply for schools, they need to verify with the department if this is a legitimate institution, so that because Akiri, you can't, me and you, we can't say these qualifications are fraudulent. Because people manufacture qualifications now of late. A person that you know that this one has never studied, namhlanje uvuka a degree, but this person has never attended any university, but today the person is having a degree. So those things that are concocted somewhere, but whether chicken licking or wherever they meet, we're not going to say to recognize them, unfortunately, because any person who has attended a university, whether it's a private university, they will find it. And any person who claims to be having a degree, there is an academic record of a person in any institution. So if there is no records of a person, you know, I'm very part and certificate at a metric, mara must check a Department of Education asiko. Yeah, so people buy these things. And degree, metric. So anything na yabona yonke lento le asifuna ukungena kuyo. Thina sifuna into legitimate, mayiverifyiwe masiyayithatha. Mayingaverifyeki siyamtshela umuntu ayikho lento yakho uyithathe kuphi lento le. Yabo? So asizihlupha futhi. Yiko kufanele labantu laba banezinto zabo ema-closet bakhona ukuzibona ukuthi baphuma kanjani ngazo. Thina sibabuza la in public. We're not going to hide anything. Yeah. And then I think with regards to that one, we are not going to do any favor for a person. We're not going to consider qualifications that are not legitimate, that are coming from a legal institution. So, and konje iphenya futhi ebuzima mkhawuliso wakhuluma ngento ezi3. Yeah, but I think basically what was important is that one, the qualifications.
Sorry, Chair. I think we can add also corruption. There are those who are corrupted before.
Yeah, anyone who's corrupt, any person who's having a case, I think you need to add that one. Anyone who's being accused of gender-based violence and rape or whatever, like what we did, you need to add it there. Anyone who has been found guilty of that or is attending a hearing into zaboma rape, phela kusamadoda kuphela nabanye abafazi banazo lo case. Lezo zinto lezo yifake Dr. Tembe. We're not going to consider that person.
Chair.
Oh, no. Anyone who is been arrested because of his or her activism during the apartheid era, we consider those ones, but we advise them to go and apply to the minister for removal of that case. I think that one, we are going to do that, you know, that one. And I know Mam Kawolo ibuza ngamabom for which everybody abe clear kuyo.
Chair, ngisho ukuthi nginawo lama case anjalo ukuthi baya apply abantu aga clean kodwa still aga clean
Siyamconsider izinto zokuba activist. The only person that we don't consider, because I need a person will be given an opportunity to by activists. You remember when the state security presented a report to the chairperson, I gave all members and I briefed you all, but including those ones that they reflect as people who have not paid their accounts. 1,000 rand. We do consider those people as city. You disqualify them because but we bring it to the attention of the person. There is this thing, please go deal with this thing. We don't disqualify them because of our debts. But the only person that we don't consider is a person who is insolvent. Those are the only people that we don't consider. Leyo iclear. Ngoba abanye ama-ticket ngiyakhumbula musabanye kuyavela ama-ticket ama-speed ticket yabo so we don't disqualify people because when ama-ticket azange saba disqualify. Yeah. Another one? Was there another one? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Honorable Kero.
Chair. I'm just raising a concern, Chair, that there's interpreters in the house and they're not interpreting because Mam Kaula does not want to be interjected or be disturbed. But it also disadvantages some of us because you could hear and even yourself when you forgot what she said, we can't assist you. But we don't understand proper Zulu. So we are just pleading, or let's make use of the interpreters who are in the house. It's not for the purpose of Mam Kaula, it's for the purpose of us and those who are listening outside. So Mam Kaula must allow the interpreters to do their work. It becomes unfair even to myself. I got lost in network. But there's nothing to be interpreted. I'm just following because you're trying to speak in English. But Mam Kaula, I'm just pleading. Allow when she speaks. I'm not saying it is wrong, but she needs to allow them to pause, and so that all of us who could understand what she's saying. It's a plea, ma.
Okay. Yeah.
So, sorry, Chair. Let me correct what she's saying. Githi mina angikhulume ngiqede angithi niyezwa. Then after when I'm finished bese yakhuluma ngithi uyezwa because manje mangifaka ngikhuluma naye ikhuluma ibolondo like ecourt ufika ukukhuluma uqede bese uyi-interpreter yenze njani isize emuva. Nami ngiyathanda ukuthi abantu be-English bezwe especially yobasilana ngithi niyezwa hayi uthi ngiyabavala. Ngicela uxolise kwalokho, you must withdraw what now. Lento eshoyo.
I just want to.
To withdraw. No, in fact, umuntu owenza mistake is myself. I responded to Mam Kaula instead of waiting for the interpreter to interpret. My apologies for that.
This one I say that I can't interpret it because now you are making dialogue now.
But also Honorable Pierre, correct. She must talk and then give them a voice, so that they can interpret and then start again, because now it's long process, even them, they forget. Also, you, all of us, you are right, Honorable, yes. We are kuluma, Mam Koti kulume, and then nobody get a chance to interpret. Not abangene emlonyeni and but
you're right,
yes.
Mam. So in fact, I wanted to say
yes. And there are the points.
Question A1.
Abanike chance.
Some niggas the chance to interpret.
Yes.
Yeah, when I go right, with angak interject.
Uyakhuluma uqede then yena bese usengakwazi inoma ngikhuluma mina la yena uyabhala in English. It's not the first time phela ngenza lento ebutolika.
Hayi basha
From
bona.
2014.
Bona basha, so mhlambe we need to
Uyabona.
orientate them.
Otherwise, better anytime I must excuse the portfolio committee today.
Or else, mantate one, sugar one.
No, I think.
No, wait. If you, people that we are not happy about me, I can leave this portfolio
No.
committee.
Can I intervene? Mam Kaula, you can speak and finish, and then I think the chairperson can just give us the chance to interpret after Mam Kaula is done speaking, and then we can proceed. I think that will work very well.
I think the other way you can do it, because Mam Kawula, she may ask more than one question. One of you take the other question, the other one take another question. Ne? Okay.
I'm angry now, I'm leaving.
I go. One shot I'm talking, guys, because I'm leaving.
What is the need of interpreter? Because we're speaking English.
I also. No, where I'm coming from.
I'm representing the black people.
Bangelile laba bantu bakhulupela ukuze ba-understand. Thanks work on abayizi English.
They told me
Some of them they are speaking Zulu.
They told me to speak like this so that they can be
Mam
able to
Kawula ngicela uhlale
understand.
phansi emeetingini. Siqhubeke nge-meeting. Because it's important.
So, just to
Salame komishileni.
Hayibo. Uhamba nempela yini ma?
Nani, you're making things unnecessary.
Hlala phansi phela uzobamela kanjani abantu basenanda manje ma? Cha phela ngithe wena umele i-Phoenix angisa. Futhi nenandi uyimele ne-Claremont nobani.
Thank you very much, honorable members. It's for the first time that I'm being disappointed from Honorable Kaula. And the way I know her, she is taking her work very serious, and she's going to sit down and continue to represent the people of South Africa. Thank you very much, honorable members. So I think those are the interpreter mina ngokulalela ne. Angifuni ukuthi ngokuphoxa. Yabona mina ngilalela mani interpreter Mam Kawula. Don't do that mistake. Listen to Mam Kawula very attentively and interpret exactly what Mam Kawula has said. Ngoba ngizokuxosha isicini. Okay, thank you very much, honorable members. What is next?
Thank you, Chairperson. So there are two more items. Next is the Excel spreadsheet that won't go on the screen because those would contain all the candidates.
But you sent that screen to us.
Via email, and then we'll just go to the Excel spreadsheet just to explain to members what's on there. And then followed on from that, Crystal will give an analysis of what came out of all the So,
okay.
Yeah.
I'm looking at my time now. Maybe until 1. And then we go for lunch. And then we start with the spreadsheet after lunch. Yeah, because it's gonna take long. I don't want us to be disturbed. Nazri?
Chair, I just went through my emails. I don't see that spreadsheet.
Even myself, I wanted. Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. So are you agreeing with me first?
Yeah.
So that when we start with the spreadsheet, we must not go up and down. We are just going to sit and concentrate and go through it. Ne? And remember at 2, is it 2 o'clock? Ne? You need to log in with your other gadgets, ne? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. So Crystal then can take members through in terms of the will show how many applicants, how many duplications, and then males, females, province. So that would take us up until just before 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. So this document, it's not a long document, but I'm gonna be very brief. And I think it will answer some of your questions around the issues raised around disability, geographical spread.
Where do we find that document?
Nelly, so I sent it, but it's also on the screen as well, Chair.
It's in what?
It's called Overview Applications, Commission for Gender Equality, Vacant Commissioner Positions. So.
You got it then?
Okay. So in total, we received 82 applications. 77 of them were received online, and then 5 were received via email to Neliswa, and then we received none via the post. Just to indicate to members that of the ones that we received online, we received 3 late, so they came after the closing date, which was midnight on the 7th of February. One of the applications.
Yeah, I'm meaning. Okay.
And then there was also one that was one of the email ones also came after the closing date. On top of that, there were a number of duplications that we received. So people applied online more than one time. And also there was one applicant that applied both online and sent the email to Neliswa. And then there were 2 of the applicants that sent the application by email that either didn't complete the application form or they didn't provide all the required documentation. So those we regarded as incomplete applications. So when we take up all of that.
If I may ask.
Yes, Chair.
Would those that had submitted the application but did not complete the form, you mean the form? Maybe have you made them aware that yes, well, that's another thing. Yeah, but no, it's fine. No, but it's fine. Leave it.
You can't rely.
I'm just asking. I'm just asking. Because now we are going to nullify. Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah. So, Chair, so I just want to indicate that so everything that was received was captured in the spreadsheet. We haven't deleted anything from the spreadsheet. Everything's there. But for the purposes of this report, I've taken out the late and incomplete applications from there. So when we remove all of that, we actually only have 67 complete applications that we received.
Because attachments are written in our advert.
Yes, Chair. Also, the application form would not allow you, the online one would not allow you to go to the next step if you didn't upload your document. So you would have had to put everything in there for the application to be complete.
Okay.
So as I indicated, for the purposes of this report, just looking at the steps excluded, the late and the incomplete and the duplications are taken all out, but everything is captured. We haven't deleted anything from the spreadsheet, but just for the purpose total, and just to give members a reminder that in our previous round of this, we actually had more than 150 applications. So the numbers were smaller than what we had before. So just looking at the demographic overview of applicants, the majority of the applicants were female, 47 of them were female, 18 were male, and 2 applicants identified as non-binary persons. Then when we look at the provincial spread, the majority of the applicants were from Gauteng. 32 applicants came from the Gauteng province. And then we had 10 from KZN and 9 from the Western Cape. The Northern Cape was the only province where we received no applications. The Northern Cape, there was nothing. And then Eastern Cape, we had 1, and Northwest, we had 1. Limpopo, we had 5 applicants from Limpopo, but the overriding majority was from Gauteng. So overall, when you look at males and females, the largest proportion came from Gauteng. When we look at applicants in terms of race, the majority were Black African candidates, which is a total of 58. There were 5 colored applicants, 2 Indian Asian applicants, and 3 white applicants. When we look at age, which is something that the chair also raised, the median age of the applicants was about 42 years old. So the youngest applicant that we received was 23 years old, and the oldest person was 71. But when we look at actually the in terms of the proportion of people that applied at their age, it's actually the majority fall in the youth category. So the majority was between the ages of 30 and 35, but then if we include the 20 to 29 persons as well, nearly 36% of the overall applicants fall within the youth category. And that's then followed by persons who are aged 40 to 45, who account for nearly 15% of all the applicants. In terms of disability, there were only 3 applicants that indicated that they have a disability. 3 years chair. Then just in terms of the additional information that there was, in terms of, we just looked at the socioeconomic indicators also. So in terms of persons that, in terms of employment status, so 33 of the applicants were employed, 20 were self-employed, and 2 indicated that they were currently studying. However, I've put it's important to put that it's not to say that they are new students, it's people with PhDs, and 12 of the applicants were unemployed. Then in terms of application type, 18 of the applicants were nominated and 49 applied without a nomination. In terms of appointment preference, the majority of them indicated that they had no specific appointment preference, so they were open to either full-time or part-time appointments. 21 indicated that they would prefer a part-time position, and 13 indicated that they would like to be appointed full-time. Then just looking, I just made a little table there that looked at matters affecting fitness for office. So we asked those questions about, is there anything, are there any circumstances that everyone found guilty of an offense in investigation, etc. So in terms of the findings, so the first question around, are there any circumstances, financial or otherwise known to you, which might cause doubt on your fitness to hold office as commissioner? 65 of them indicated no. 2 said yes. I don't think, like Chair said, the one person indicated they have personal debt, which is outstanding accounts, and the other person said that they don't have a vehicle, so that would inhibit their ability to perform their duties. But our criteria, but this is what they're indicating. Then in terms of, have you ever been convicted of any offense involving dishonesty, violence, or any other disreputable?
We're not asking them about whether they have passed.
Yes, yes, Chair. So all of the candidates indicated that they've never been convicted of any offense. Then in terms of whether they've ever been found guilty by a professional body, by unprofessional or disgraceful conduct, also all 67 applicants indicated that that has not been the case. Then in terms of whether they'd ever faced an internal investigation, a disciplinary inquiry, or dismissal from any place of employment, or have litigated against the employer, 61 indicated no, and 6 indicated yes. And then I just highlighted at the bottom there what are the reasons that some indicated. So one said they were previously dismissed for failing to disclose other extra non-profit work. Another person said that they were dismissed because of unbecoming behavior, and they indicated that it was around binge drinking when they were a young councillor. Another person said that they were or faced an investigation or a disciplinary inquiry around removal of items from the employment premises, which they were unaware, but they paid a fine. And then other people indicated that there was an unfair suspension or there was a labor dispute. So 6 out of the 67 indicated that there was some kind of incident. But overall, most of the applicants or all of them in some instances indicated that there's nothing that would stand in the way of them being regarded as fit for office. So that's just an overall, in terms of the applications we received, but yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Crystal. I'm happy that you didn't ask them whether they have cars or not. It's only that the person decided to just mention it. But I think what I'm happy that the 6 applicants were honest in terms of writing the types of convictions they have, which then make life easy for us as a panel to understand that these people declared that there are these things. And this one, as a young councillor, young people, some of the things that they go through. I'm saying, I don't want to comment further, but I'm saying, shame, young people, things that they go through when you're growing up. And then, but thank you very much, in fact, for the detailed information that you have highlighted for us, Crystal. This thing is clear. And sometimes, when the state security comes and give us a report, and you'll find that others, they didn't declare some of these things, is those ones that when they come here, we just ask them those things. But these ones, I think I respect them because they declare upfront. Thank you very much, honorable members. Anything?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and one must firstly appreciate the report. Just for noting, Honorable Chairperson, that we should express a concern around the non-activism of certain provinces in terms of wanting to participate in the process. I mean, advertising for 6 positions, it's not really something which is small, like advertising for 1 position. So you would expect for provinces, especially bigger provinces like the Eastern Cape, where the population is quite big, and KZN, not saying that the smaller provinces must be left out of the process, but Nakona, you would expect there would be a certain level of participants wanting to be part of the process, Honorable Chairperson. And I think it's just a reflection of the work that probably CGE needs to also do in those provinces to make communities aware, and because you'd expect that within those provinces, there are, non-profit organizations, young activists, as well as just general activists around issues of gender. Not only GBV, but gender issues as a whole. So there would be a certain level of participation. It is something that we must, a task that we must give as a CGE when they are doing their activations, to also go out and ensure that communities are aware of the institution itself, its role that it's playing in communities, so that you'll have a better participation coming from those provinces. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Sheriff.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to agree with Honorable Masiko to see, the Eastern Cape, I think it is the Eastern Cape, the Northern Cape not even have 1 application. It also maybe we need to look into how it was advertised, and how much reach the advertisement actually have. And maybe, you know, moving forward in future, we can look at more innovative ways on how we advertise. For example, I know we do it in political parties where we have sponsored Facebook posts that actually put down to a specific area, a geographical space. And no matter who is in that space, the advert will come up on your social media. So maybe some things like that where we can just expand the reach for applicants. But I agree, the CGE has a lot of work to do in these communities to raise the profile of the CGE, because you'll be surprised at how many people don't even know that the CGE exists. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sharif. But at least we have given them enough. Oh, sorry, Masondo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, honorable members and the staff. Chair, the other thing that the members that are noting that we don't have any person in Northern Cape, but we must take into consideration that others are staying in Gauteng. It may happen that in those areas that they have big numbers, maybe they are working there, then they used the addresses where they live as the matter of working experience. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, in fact, Honorable Masondo, you are correct, 100% correct. Because you know what, it goes back to what you were saying before. Which some people, they are not proud of where they are coming from. Even people sometimes of KZN, Honorable Masiko and Mamkau, some of them, they don't want to identify with KZN. They want to identify with Gauteng as if Gauteng, you know, when you're coming from Gauteng, there's something special, although it's an economic hub of the country. But most of them, you can even check other honorable members who are coming from the Eastern Cape, even them, they will say Cape Town. They're from Cape Town, ne? Temman. They will say they are from Cape Town. They don't want to say Eastern Cape. Oh, okay. Yeah. But say Kapa. So what we are saying, Honorable Masondo, it could be the reason. But I think Mam Kaula.
No, Chair, nami ngikubona lento ibuyela kulento bengisho mina la. Ukuthi into yabantu bakithi abangafuni ukuba proud. La basuka khona igcina lento isiyenza as if thina as portfolio committee samafeyila maybe asikwazanga ukuhambisa i-message. Like sisuke sishilo ukuthi akuba ama-radio, bomaphepha njalo ba. If mawubuka la yonke into eGauteng. And then the egcineni iyenza ukuba sangathi thina sishuzi yabo. Why iGauteng bona bena abantu abangaka bathole le lokhuzana le advert yokuthi bakwazi ukuthi babezobafaka noma I'm not think ukuthi like njengalana Eastern Cape ngaze kube umuntu oyedwa ngoba obviously banawo ama qualification lawo esiwadingayo manje because ngokuthi abantu banayo le tendency yongafuni siguli ngoba even ungabheka manje lana ayizona lezi balo ngiyibona nase Northern Cape. I'm not thinking Northern Cape ngaba nomuntu oyedwana yabo. No, Northwest naye inomuntu oyi-1. Yilento ukuthi abantu abekho proud and ufuna kabazi la ngabe bayala letho egcineni bazogcina bezivalela ukuthi masithi thina all provinces bona bengafuni ukusho I'm from Limpopo, Northern Cape njalo. Anyway, ayikho into ezoyisho but kube buhlungu khona ukuthi ngoba sasithena kuba amaphepha khona
lama languages akhona kube yilento. Bese ngibuyela kulena ke yama-colours. Eyi angazi khona laba ongathi abafuni kahle uku-aplya. Kodwa egcineni futhi senithi nibuyela ephalamende no-report. Ugcina kube sengazi ukuthi thina khona uhlangothi labantu abanga-aplayi. If mawubheka la lesibalo ama-African 42, uyabo? Lesi sibalo i-total yabantu bethu. Oh, i-total nje yethu ithi 58. Kwaloyo nto ikhombisa khona njalo ukuthi sizoba nenkinga ekugcineni ufuna ibhekwe la ukuthi thina as i-portfolio committee siyafuna ukuthi kubhalanse bonke abantu bala eSouth Africa. Ngiyabonga.
Chairperson, I saw this thing coming back to what I was saying before, that people are not proud of where they are coming from. And it makes us as a portfolio committee incompetent, and it makes us to look like selective people as well. Because we made an awareness that this post should be even published to the radios, to the newspapers, in every medias that are available to create an awareness about this post. I don't think that Northwest could only have one person who applied for this position, because it looks like everyone is coming from Joburg.
Interpreter
And when coming to race here, even though I see as if we are selective, because I see here, when I see the numbers here, black, it is 60. Yeah, the black here who apply we've got a high numbers of black. As if we are not sending the right message as a portfolio here, we must come and look at this, because at the end is going to see as if we are not doing our work.
Okay. Honorable Timbani and Honorable Mamsonti.
Thanks, Chair. No, Chair, I think that I want to request maybe the committee not to be so hard on ourselves in terms of the adverts that stand. Majority studies show that across age group, there is much utilization of the phone and therefore much impact in terms of an online advert that is done. Maybe as a way for us to move forward, let's maybe request an analytical report from IT or our technology department. It's going to show us in terms of the level of reach, the interactions that are being done with every advert that we have taken out. And then it's going to also show us in terms of the geographic reach as well. And maybe then our discussion would rather move from reach to interest or campaign, or our ability to I don't want to say marketing in terms of the adverts. But I think maybe those reports can change the nature of our discussions to then implement better strategies, rather than saying we're not reaching out. We could be reaching out to many people. It's just that it's a matter of interest to participate and then apply. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mamsonti.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine, it will be on the terms of disability, Chairperson. Out of these 67 applicants, it's only 3 disabilities. And then these disabilities are only males, no females at all. So my concern is there. Number 2, Chairperson, I see the ages here. The 23 years child. I don't think you can do good work in this commissioner. They are still very, very, very young. But I don't know the STEM, but I don't think the 23 years, at least that 26 upwards, maybe. Thank you, Chair.
Unfortunately, Mamsonti, young people are being are more in terms of the population in South Africa. And if they qualify, they meet our requirements, Tina will have to, and the person performs in the interview. We can't discriminate because of his or her experience. We'll have to consider that young person. So that's one angeke izofalla off. But I think, honorable members, yeah, I'm agreeing with you, but we must not be harsh to ourselves. Remember, if we send out an advert, it's not us who must go do door to door and ask people to apply. And we can't do that. But it depends with individuals, whether they do have appetite or interest in terms of applying and serve in the CGE. But mostly, remember, these processes that we're doing are open and live. And people are afraid to come and sit here in front of us and be watched by their friends, by any other person out there, and be seen, after the interview, whatever you have said in this panel, other people will write on social media that, hey, this one, he has said 1, 2, 3, and then they call you by names, If you are not afraid to be labeled, at one stage they labeled me when we were dealing with the process, NYDA. And you can imagine, if you don't have a thick skin, you'll collapse. So in these processes, you must just accept things as they come. And Tina, we're happy that at least we received applications. I was going to be worried if maybe we did not receive any response from people to apply for these positions that were advertised. But now we do have people that have applied. It means those that have applied, they are prepared to serve the nation. Yeah, so it's not something that we can crack our heads with. But thank you very much, honorable members, and to our staff members, thank you very much. In fact, I'm worried about the persons living with disabilities because there are organizations that are out there. At least those are the people that should have shown interest because there is a gap. So if it's themselves who didn't show interest to apply to serve in CGE, we can't go and force them. Other provinces, I think you are correct as what you have said, but there's nothing we can do, honorable members. But thank you very much, honorable members. And the other thing that is blacks who applied Kakulu, there's nothing we can do. We are a majority. So we can't change that one. That's why we are receiving more applications coming from black people. And the other thing, other race, is because maybe they've also looked at the candidates that we recommended last and who are they serving, and they feel that they are fine, they are covered. I think that's why also they did not apply in majority. But I think, honorable members, we have done fairly well. And we remember we have extended even the advert. We closed our advert on the 7th of February, which initially we wanted to end it, close it on the 31st of January, but we extended with 7 days. So I think you have done our level best, honorable members. The whole of December, up until the whole of December and January, the advert was running. It closed on the 7th of February. TV. Yeah, so there's no train smash. Masiko, you wanted to say something?
Chair, apologies. The reason why I'm asking.
Oh, okay.
The reason why I'm asking for a second bite, Chairperson. Firstly, there was in no way when I raised such that I was hitting hard on the committee or questioning whether we've advertised properly or not. The intention of my initial comment was to say that because firstly, numbers speak. Numbers speak. So it could be a matter that is not really out of the doing of the committee, because for us, I'm satisfied, Chairperson, we've done everything. But we need to say that when we are moving forward and working with CGE, there are certain aspects. For instance, in the past year, CGE has had bad publicity because of the way in which the organization has run itself. So those are the things. We can't take things at face value and say that because Tina, we've done what we're supposed to be doing. It's something that we need to package when we are working with CGE. How do we rebrand the organization so much so that ordinary citizens and activists will take interest in serving the organization? We need to be broader in thinking and not only just say that because we've taken this and we've put in here. We need to look at all the impacting factors, not only us as a portfolio committee, but also how CGE is projecting itself to communities, including the challenges that CGE has faced over some time, the bad publicity, the court interdicts and everything like that, that has dented the image of the organization, which may be a contributing factor additionally to everything that we have said that has caused people not to take interest. So it means that when these commissioners take office, one of the first things that they need to do is to ensure that the image of the organization in the face of the communities is taken seriously and is known also the purpose of why CGE has been established and the role that it's ought to be playing in communities. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. Honorable Msengwa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, honorable members. Mine is, Masiko is covered me partly because I'm looking at the whole thing of this and the job and the image of the CGE that contribute what sometimes it may contribute these things. Now, and look, Chairperson, at the advert that some are temporary and some are going to be permanent. Even all those things, the young ones are not going to be attracted because these things are going to stop. It means a temporary job. Even then, that chairperson is going to a factor to this because one would like to get a job which is permanent. If you get a job which is now you are going to work for so much years and then
5 years like members of parliament.
5 years like members of parliament. Members of parliament go there, knew very well that this is going to be an end and restart. But when we look at the job, we are looking at the job which is going to onwards, permanent job. If it is a temporary job now, that is a side fact, and we are pleading you, Chairperson, to look at this with and yes, look at person together with your portfolio committee and look at this, look at the constitution of this portfolio, because these people are very important to our society. But if they are going to work temporal and others permanent, that one is not good for them. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. I think generally, Chair, we agree. Because at first, our intention was to remove the connotation that maybe we have not reached in terms of the advertising. That's why I was saying, once we get that report, our discussion will change. It will change the nature that now we need to look at the value and the impact that the CGE brings in the community. And if young people and generally the society relate with it and want to be associated with it, I think that's where our discussion will change. Once we at least as well have ruled out the issue whether our advertising methods actually do reach out to the community and the one world. I think generally all of us, we are agreeing on that one. Thanks.
Yeah, I think nobody's disagreeing. We are all agreeing. And remember, the CGE is not just an institution, it's a Chapter 9 institution. So the fact that it's a Chapter 9 institution, you must think twice and thrice before you apply. That it tells you even the volume of work, that is done by CGE, that the challenge is, when you read the act on its own, it tells you what kind of people must apply. It's not just an institution whereby a harsh to ourselves. Our Chapter 9 institutions, they are not like NYDA. Yeah, but it's a different institution at all. So we are correct, Honorable Timman. So thank you very much, honorable members. I think we can break for lunch. We'll take how many minutes? 30 minutes is enough, Mus. Ne? 30 minutes. 30 minutes?
For 1 hour.
1 hour.
Niyabona manje ukuthi 13:21.
1 hour, Chair.
Yeah, 30 minutes of okay, but come to work here.
We are starting at 1:15. Is it fine?
It's fine.
1:15. Let's start at 1:15. 2. That
Recording stopped.
Let's start with the report that Dr. Tembe was presenting to us. We need to adopt that criteria officially.
Recording in
This is our
progress.
criteria, so that even the next committee, next term, that committee will at least that committee can use it. Yeah. So that at least we adopt that criteria officially. Can I get a hand, honorable members, to move for the adoption of the criteria? Honorable Piri, Honorable Mamsengwa.
Thanks, Chair. I move for the adoption of the criteria as it was amended by yourself with a rectification. Deputy Tembe has presented and made rectifications. So we are saying the way we have rectified, I hope Cecily has captured it correctly.
Yeah, Dr. Tembe.
And Dr. Tembe. So we want to move with that and become an official document of this panel. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Piri. Honorable Mamsengwa.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair.
Press ama.
Oh.
Oh, kushinizosebenzisana iyi-1.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to adopt the criteria. Second, I rise to second and adopt the criteria as it is, as our document now.
Okay. Thank you very much, honorable members. The criteria has been agreed to and adopted by the portfolio committee. So moving forward, as we are going to start with our shortlisting tomorrow, we'll then use that document. We'll use it as a reference document so that we can see whether the candidates, the applicants are meeting the requirements. Thank you very much, honorable members. Let's go to the next item. Report, is it who is going to present? Okay. Can I close this?
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson. So the next document is the Excel spreadsheet. Members are just reminded that the Excel spreadsheet has all the names and the personal details of all the applicants that applied. So for the purposes of confidentiality, as was in the previous rounds of when the committee had dealt with applications and shortlisting, when a member refers to a particular candidate, you'll use a numbered allocation. So for example, CGE 01 as opposed to the candidate's name. But just to explain to members what is on the Excel spreadsheet, I'm not sure if members were able to open the document that Mary Swasey. Chairperson, do you have the Excel spreadsheet open?
I'm trying to check.
Okay. Just to give members an example of what is in.
I don't have it.
Also,
what you made on your it's a copy.
Yeah, for the numbers.
So that's the copy.
Shall I give members just 2 minutes to open the document? Have a look at it. Okay. But I think, okay, let's try this. Can I hurry up and do this?
Just wait. So use this. Yeah, it proves it.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so it's an Excel spreadsheet. No, we're not busy with the link now. We're just on the Excel spreadsheet. Okay, Are you able to open it, Miss?
Ma'am, son, do you turn it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Awutholanga Ma'am Kaul. Yona itholanga. Why give me a ngalo? Angithi ngesikhathi semagameni.
You're right. Go up, you'll find the document at the bottom. Go up.
Yabona lapho phansi Ma'am Sonto? Okay.
Okay, so can I carry on, Chief?
Masondo, you're fine. Mthembani uyitholile wena?
Can I carry on, Chief?
The right?
Yes.
Who is this one?
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. So in terms, I'll give members an example of how whatever was on the applications, it's captured everything in here. It was directly interpreted by ICT for us. So see, the first column is column A. This is the number CGL1. This time stamp. This gives an indication when this applicant actually submitted and completed the application. So it gives the date as well as the time. C and D is their surname and name. Next is the date of birth. Then the ID number. Number 5 is the copy of the ID document. To make things easier for members, what the committee says.
So if I may ask, this data that you're giving to us is the cleaned one?
Chairperson, it came directly, whatever was online.
Okay.
ICT put it to us in an Excel spreadsheet.
Oh, okay.
Nothing was changed.
With this one?
Nothing was changed. What we're reading here is exactly what was submitted.
Okay.
So column G has a link to the ID document. To make things easier for members, the Mandy and Neriswa helped to put all these documents into one folder, and that's in a separate link, which is safely secured on Parliament's website. And again, that's again for confidentiality's sake. So as opposed to a member pressing here and looking at the ID document, you will get a separate link, which you open up. It's all the personal documents is stored on Parliament's website. So you can access it once you open that link, and Nelisa will, once I've gone through this, Nelisa will show you how.
I wonder if you are having a phone, you are able to access everything.
Yeah.
Everything, eh?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
no, it's fine.
Yeah.
So I was so I fell on
yeah.
So and until you go at the end, Ma'am Sonto.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah.
Angithi ngibona lapho kuwe engaboni yona.
You scroll
like
this.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So H gives the residential address. I is the province, their contact number. K is the email address. L is gender, and then members are reminded how we identified issues of male, female, and non-binary, preferred pronoun, race, disability. This is where the candidate would indicate whether they have a disability or not. And the P here, candidates would indicate what their qualifications are. Everything here you see is what the candidate put on the application form. So for this, for the first candidate, it shows the person has a master's, and column Q indicates where, and column R is the year. Column S, again, that's where the certificate would be, but like I've said, all the documents have been already downloaded and will be found in a separate link for members, which Neliswa had emailed to you. T, again, column T, this person has another degree, U says which institution. Column V, the year, and again, W is the document that was uploaded. Then if we move further down to the column, we allowed for any other qualifications under column AJ. This candidate said no. Column AK, the question was, what's the current employment status? And the person indicated self-employed. The next, column AL indicated who was their first employer, the position they hold in the next column. AN is the start date, and column AO is the end date. Again, employer 2 is who the person was employed before employer 1. And like the previous columns, the position they held, the start date, the end date. Again, employer 3, their position, start date and end date. Employer 4, the position, start date and end date. We've allowed up to 5 other versions, options for where you were employed, and number 6, if they were employed more than 6 other places, they could note that. Then under column BG, the question was provide details of any other work, advocacy or academic experience related to human rights and or gender equality that you may feel may be relevant. Again, what members see in column BG is what the candidate would have written themselves. Just to give an example, for this CGE01, this candidate indicated that they served on the Justice Desk Board, and what the focus areas are under the Justice Desk Board as a member. Moving on to the next column, BI, this question was, please explain why you should be considered, why you believe you should be considered to serve as the commissioner for the Commission for Gender Equality. Again, what members see under BI is what each candidate who have written their own personal motivation. Next, column BK indicates whether they want full-time or part-time. For this candidate, they said either or. In terms of any other circumstances, financial, otherwise, known to which you may cast doubt on your fitness to hold office, the person said no. In terms of convictions, the person said no. Found guilty of any unprofessional conduct, the person said no. Column BP. BR, in terms of internal investigations, a candidate said no. Any other matters relevant in terms of honesty or integrity, the candidate indicated no. BV indicates whether the person was nominated or self. In this instance, the person indicated they nominated themselves. And then the last column was supposed to be BX, is where the person needed to upload a summary of their CV. We will just check with ICT where the summary of the CV is. And the last one, BY, each candidate had to say once they completed all the information, do they declare and agree that everything they submitted was truthful. So that just gives members an outline of what each column represents. In terms of the online applications, if we move right down the rows to CGE 77, So CGE 1 to CGE 77. These were all online applications. What Mandy and Eliswa did is they included 78, 79, 80, 81, and 82. These were the email applications. They've indicated the secretariat. It was submitted, the person's name and surname, as well as that it was application received via email. Just to note for applicant 79, you will see under the ID, it's in red. As Crystal pointed out in her analysis, that some candidates actually applied more than once. So for CGE 79, that is in red, the date of the ID number. But you'll see online under 69. So that's why it's in red. So everything in red under IT, it just shows that that candidate applied more than once. In terms of CGE 80, this application form was incomplete in terms of what was submitted via email. In terms of 81, this person did not, everything was captured there correctly. And then in terms of number 82, this was a late application received via email. Oh, the other important thing to note is in terms of late applications. So if we look at CGE 75, that came in at 12:02 a.m. 76 came in at 12:09. 77 came in at 12:25. And then as I've indicated, number 78 to 82 were the emails received. So the Excel spreadsheet captures everything that was recorded online based on what each applicant typed in. Nothing's been changed. The last 5 applicants that we've just outlined now from 78 to 82 is what was received via email. And we've noted what the information was there. The other thing, Nelly, so we'll take members through now, is the link you received. So remember, like we had done with the CGE and the NYDA before, when you press on the link, that's just a secure space on Parliament's website where all the documents are in terms of the candidates' IDs and university certificates, as well as the summary of CV. This is to ensure Chairperson, that just gives a summary of what is on the Excel spreadsheet, and we members can access the documents via the link. Thank you.
Kashifa, I went onto the link, the Google Drive link, and it says that we require access to the Google Drive link. So if we could please just get access. This is different to the parliamentary link. No, it's different. So if you look at, for example, the CV, it's a Google Drive document.
Okay.
And then the ID is it's a Google Drive document.
Yeah. So Chairperson, just to clarify, so on the Excel spreadsheet, there's that link for Google Drive. So only Nelisa has access to that. So every and what ICT said is it's more secure to put it on Parliament's website than to have Nelisa give every member access. So all the documents were downloaded and it's on Parliament's website. So Nelisa and Mandy manage that. So that when members access that, you use your own password and you go onto Parliament's website, and then you see it, because nobody can change it. Whoever looks at it will only be able to look at it, because between Mandy and Eliswa, they made sure that they managed what's in the folders. Whereas going through this link here, they said it's just in terms of confidentiality and copy, it's not a good idea to constantly give access to everybody in terms of passwords.
Chair, then I have emailed ICT and we sent them a message. I'm still waiting. If we could maybe just get them to move quicker, because I'm sure I'm not the only one that probably needs a password. So if they could just you know, give us access at least in the main, then at least we can go through the information, because right now I can't go through anything. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I think I was trying also to log in to Google Drive, and I was asking myself why, and this thing is not opening. Maybe Kashifa, if you can just come and show me how to do this thing, and show each and every member, Nelly, because we are not all IT illiterate. Please show us. This is our meeting. We can finish anytime. Come, show us, so that this thing we do it practical. It is a lot. How to what do I do?
Okay, so this in it's here.
It's there. Okay.
Slow network. Use your, is this the parliamentary one, Chair?
We're trying to go into the parliamentary.
No, I'm saying the Catalan is your personal one or your parliamentary?
Is the parliamentary one?
Recording stopped.
Yeah, but this thing of not
Can we invite over number stakeholders? Now invite the mega president.
Amando.
I've been given an allocation of 100 women.
Ilithala abantu. Yeah, no, ma'am. Mangithi ANC has been using her vet. Ilithala abantu. Yena invite nabo women in construction. Women in Sawi. Yeah, Sawi. Number. I can give you the numbers. President O'Connor. Sawi.
That lady, wow.
Yeah, Clara. Yeah.
But she's normal.
South African women in construction.
She's normally in ANC event.
Yeah. And then
how much do they pay?
Free what? No, this one is free.
imali ANC labantu bapheja bayayiletha le mali kodwa bayapheja nje imali bangalethi imali
Bayayiletha.
I'm using my phone telephone calls. I can't.
No, answer call, then it will come back.
Uthi kanti nakakafiki vele
How like a four?
I'm so late to attend dinners.
If I try a proper dress.
Yes.
But this one, remember, we were with the Indian.
Yeah, now what's the
Asabo.
Okay, we just appointed her. Maybe we just appointed her. Here I never thank for Abe full time. I guess she's part time. So we wanted to.
Or in this one, she's not part of the. But she's the one who already let her to be a full time.
Yeah. This one is good.
It's good.
You
know what?
In fact, the one who put what are oh. And in fact,
no, you were supposed to invite me. I miss campaigning at home. You were supposed to invite me. I will send you.
Yeah. This one is fine. She's the one who put pressure on day.
Remember, we were with them for
in fact, she said, you know that the candle is okay. Lesbian. It's the transgender. Not a gay. No. What was the way? What you can do is a transgender.
Last week.
Gee, I see. What are the hearts? She's captured by overseas. Sometimes saying and I told them, I said, Mina, go interview. When she said she was working for an NGO from outside, I suspected that. Now, and she's been calling me. She wants a meeting with me, and then I don't know.
I trust your gut.
I don't know. And then after that, then the Mukale and the Bongani, they want to have a meeting with me. So I said, I will see when do I meet them, because I said, Oh, he's a veteran. A veteran. Honorable members, I think your gadgets are now fixed. You are able to access the CVs and the certificates of the applicants. I don't think now that you will have a problem.
The Honorable the Minister of Agriculture. Recording in progress.
Agriculture now.
It's Kevin's phone. Why didn't you? Oh, it was off.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson.
On it.
Honorable Secretary, and more particularly members of the Political Committee.
Okay, you'll have to check your gadgets where you are going to log in to access the certificates of individual applicants. And I think they have shown you how to slide now, so that you can read each applicant, what qualifications that the person has, what experience does the person possesses or has, and then whether the person has been a gender activist. So those are the things that I think are very critical for us. So as and when we look at this, the summarized version of the summary of the CVs of the candidates, you can also check in the qualification of every individual that is here. I think one thing that we need to discuss, honorable members, is whether we do accept the late applications or not. I don't want to decide as the chair. I want you to tell me what is it that we need to do. There are those applications that arrived late, and the fact that we extended even the closing date for the applications, then when the person is late, what does that tell you? Our advert ran for 2 months. So if a person is late, why must we consider that application? So Honorable Sheriff said to me, Chair, even if a person is late with 1 minute, we must not consider that application because our advert ran for 2 months. So they said, my heart, I'm too soft. So I don't want to be too soft because I wanted us to consider those that are late with 1 minute. But I want to hear from you, honorable members, because sometimes when you are a chair and you're a mother, you know you've got that soft spot, 1 minute, 1 minute. But honorable members were saying to me, chair. So I want you to contribute on that one. And also let's discuss how many applicants are we going to shortlist. Whether it's 15 or 20, it's okay. Let's then hear from you, honorable members. Honorable Lukota.
I'm not even available for the date. I thought I was on time.
Yeah. Okay, Honorable Kiri, Honorable Sherif. I see the hand of Mami Stengwa. Also, in that order, honorable members.
Thanks, Chair. According to your request to say we must come in as members, I want to agree fully. Late applications means it's nullified. Whether it's be within a minute or a second, late application, it's a late application. And we have just agreed, and I moved personally for the what do you call them? Criteria. And the criteria, I believe it also comes out with how we issued e-invite or an application or an advert to the public. And as you've indicated, Chair, you mentioned very well that we've been extended it. The post was advertised for 2 months. 2 months is enough. There's no excuse, whether be it a load shedding. One will want to argue on the fact of the load shedding, but when you are principal, you are dedicated, you know what you want. You're not going to wait for the last minute. But if you really know you want to serve the public, the country, you're going to apply in time. So that one is not debatable. It's late. It's late. We are not going to consider. Two, Chair, I want to propose the number of people that we must shortlist based on the fact that we need to appoint 6 people. And with the overall number of 82 people that have applied, 67. Or 67, according to the way, if we shortlist 15, would have done justice, Chair. 15 on the basis that according to the interviews, we're selecting the best. We don't just want to select because it's CGE, and you have said it when you started. It's a chapter 9, which is a very critical institution. So 15, Chair, I want to propose. Then it will then have a recommendation when we go to the National Assembly, and will recommend to the President if we agree later on maybe to 10, so that you have flexibility and allow the President to look around the best 10. But now I want to put a proposal of 10 or 15 names for us to shortlist. We must not just sit here for good unnecessarily, but 15 would have done justice. Thanks, Chair.
I agree with Honorable Pedi. Late submissions should not be accepted. I think that is the general practice of any institution, any organization, that if there is a deadline, and that person misses the deadline, that whatever reason or justification for fairness, it's obviously that those that submitted on time do so, and those that didn't shouldn't be accepted on the principle of fairness. In terms of the number of applicants, I was thinking around 50 to 50, but I accepted Honorable Pedi that 50 is a good amount, is a good number. If we are having 6 candidates, 50 is an opportunity of just over 2 per hopeless. So it is good enough scope, and we find the best people necessary. So I agree we should not accept late submissions, and we should work around the 15 to 20 number. I'm happy with that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sheriff. Honorable Kaula. Was it Mamsema or Mam Kaula? Oh, it's Mamsema. Oh, okay. Honorable Mamsema.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with these 2 honorable members, because when we talk about late is really things, no kinds of late. So let us do away with the late submission. And I am agreeing with the listed number, which is 15 is a workable number. Thank you.
Okay, we are all agreeing, honorable members, that you are going to any dissenting view.
I think sorry because I want to be as a matter as a photo. I knew what I'm talking about, like the late submission and the late doing thing, or late submission and late doing thing and late reading the criteria of this people advert, because all this is contained in advert. Now let us not divert and not, yes, let us not divert. Late is late. Let us teach our children or our sisters that if you are late, you are late. And let us teach our sisters and mothers that they should read the advert and the criteria. Thank you. Like indaba zama-Wi-Fi, indaba ze-networks, indaba zama-load shedding. Emakhaya kusemakhaya, rural areas. And then on those rural areas, we have children from some other people who are educated, who need these vacancies, like those who are in Johannesburg for report on Wi-Fi. So that's why I say that I don't know. It's difficult. We must put them together, even those are late, because if you are late sometimes, even tomorrow especially, there is a reason to be late. I don't think they just leave for nothing. Late, there was some this reason I'm talking about. In networks, in Wi-Fi, in only interfigurela Lola, and in late, Emaka. We must also put the rural areas inside this. Thank you.
Honorable Piri. Mine, I want to direct a question to yourself as the chair. You know, the role of the chair, one, you also have a role to guide, two, and make sure we don't lose the decorum of the meeting. My question is that, Chair, for in the first place, why do we have to have a closing date, a deadline? The reason for us to put a closing date or a deadline, why are we supposed to put a deadline? Two, why should we have the criteria and the guidelines towards the process or any appointment that we do? Fine. Okay, can I continue? I saw you were, that's why I said I want to direct my questions to yourself, Chair. I guess you got my first two questions. Two, Chair, before we could get into reasons, or will you ask ISAPO staff to tell us who was late, what the reason and all this stuff? It's something else. But Chair, I want us to stick to a principle and maintain the decorum of this session before you could even call them, because they've got reasons, because they're support staff, so they know what happens and all the stuff. One is that when we started with this thing, it's a 2-month process, meaning there was an extension. When there's an extension, means you have been given a grace period to proceed towards the deadline. Two, when you speak about rural areas, everybody today, there can be someone who can apply today. You call it late, because we are live on these channels of parliament. There can be a person who can send an email to Uneliswa now. How will we justify that? If we are going to agree and allow a person who's late by a minute, and you have been having an extension. And one thing that I want to conscientize this committee or this panel is that the issue of load shedding cannot be an excuse. The issue of being in a rural area cannot be an excuse, because there are those who have sent their application via courier. There are those who have sent their application via the social media or emails. Therefore, I want to plead with you, honorable members. This is a process. We are not debating for point scoring. We are not sitting here because we are campaigning, maybe because we are towards the end of the 6th administration. But this is a process. This is a panel. And there's no one who must become smarter or lesser than one. We must debate on the basis of a principle, guidelines, and the constitution that we were guided by Dr. Tembe. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for participating in this item. Let me take the ruling. Honorable members, we shall stick to the principle of saying the advert was saying it's closing on the 7th of February, 12 midnight. Anything beyond 12 midnight, we are not going to entertain it. So those applications who arrived after 12 midnight, fortunately, I've checked with the staff, those people are from where? So those people, they don't fall into the category which honorable members were trying to represent in terms of saying rural, what, they don't fall in that category. It's people who are professionals. And in some of these, CGE was faced with a situation whereby they couldn't meet deadlines. And we had to postpone and postpone for them, allowing them to bring the reports later. And when they bring the reports later, sometimes those reports, we had to turn them back because they didn't meet certain requirements. So with regards to this now, with this group that we're going to shortlist and recommend to the president, first of all, discipline is paramount. Everybody must be responsible. Everybody must meet the requirements. So we can't just choose people who will be late. A person who's late now, that means that person, he or she, will be forever late and disorganizes the portfolio committee. So those ones, they fall off. We're not going to count them. What the staff needs to tell us, minusing all those that are late, how many are we are left with? how many CVs? 67, we'll stick to the 67 one. This matter is closed. And then with regards to the one of how many people we are going to interview, I still feel strong that maybe let's not limit ourselves to 15. Let's put shortlist 20, so that at least to have a reasonable number that we can choose from. Because sometimes you can choose and only to find that in that 15 you still don't get. But if you have 20, at least you are able to get the quality of people we are looking for, especially because we are looking for six people that we have to recommend. But we are saying we are going to recommend 10. So that at least after the president maybe has appointed 6, at least we still have as a reserve 4. So maybe honorable members, you have seen when one of the commissioners passed on, there was no reserve list to choose from. So that post became vacant. But if we are shortlisting 10, we are recommending 10 to the House, and the president will have to appoint 6. And then after, if one passes away or passes on, or one resigns, at least the president has got extra 4 to choose from. So, and honorable members, let's stick to 20 so that at least we know we don't want to find ourselves wanting. You know, sometimes you can shortlist people, and then when they come to the interview, you don't find suitable candidates. And if honorable members, we don't find suitable candidates, there's nothing that is stopping us from choosing. Yes. You know, we don't have to pressurize ourselves. The next, of which I'm not preempting, but what I'm saying is, if we don't find suitable candidates to be recommended to the House, we can go to the House and report that we didn't find suitable candidates. But for now, I cannot preempt. What I'm saying is that let's shortlist 20, and then we'll take it from there and close this matter of how many people that you are going to shortlist. Based on what I've said, we are closing it so that we can move on forward with the next item. And Ma'am Kawula, I see your hand is up. We're going to do the interviews for today. So all what we're going to do on the days of the interviews, we'll start early and then we make sure that we finish yeah. So we'll start early, honorable members. At least by 8:30 we should be here. And then we start with our first candidate. And then we'll finish 10 candidates per day. Yeah, we'll stick to how many minutes?
45.
We reduce 45.
That's 45 plus.
I will stick to 35. Okay. Let's reduce to 35 and make sure those who are like myself who like asking follow-ups and follow-ups, we are not going to bring the preambles and other things. Just go straight to your question so that we mind our time. Okay? And so the lady sitting to Mam Kaula also must be present that day. And I don't know whether the gentleman from Justice will be part that day. I'm not sure, but angazi ukuthi mina appointwa. Yeah, and because ngibonile ukuthi uyakwazi ukushaya shortcut. So we can make our life easy. I know all the interpreters zakamam Kaula. So ngibonile ukuthi ushaya short. Yabo. So I'm not saying that the gentleman is not cutting it short, but I'm saying how you put it quick, it makes life easy for us. So I don't know. Nina IT, akumelanga ukuthi siloku simlanda. Ngoba nani kanti aniyitheki le nto yethu.
Michael, just the TV, I think came off the screen.
Yeah?
No, the cable came off it.
I imagine ngiyayibona lapha. Ah, uneyiluyo ngabuyiselanga hawo. Wena, so you see, it's not only us who are not IT, it's Nelly who's busy giving us problems all along. Okay, honorable members, so we'll have to stick to our time. I know myself, Carol, and Sharif, we like talking too much and us making follow-ups. So we are the ones who must be disciplined. Are we talking too much? Yeah, I know, but we like making follow-ups. You know, at least Masiko can manage follow-ups. But Sharif, yourself, and myself, you know, so that day we'll have to manage. Now because your services also today we didn't struggle. I think we're agreeing, honorable members. 2 days we will set aside. I think one other thing that you need to do is the verification of law. Qualifications, the screening, make sure that you push that in 2 weeks' time, state security would come up with a report. Otherwise, we will continue without that report and people will be disqualified later on. Remember, we want to do these things before we rise. State security is not doing that. So, honorable members, I think those are the critical things that we wanted to discuss today. What else?
Chair, could you just give us a reminder of what criteria we should look for when we go through the CVs later? You were mentioning it. I just want to write it down, please.
Why don't you look at the document? Yeah. We're going to use Dr. Tembe's document. It's same like last year. The only thing that he added today, it's we said he must remove what was binding us in a wrongfully. And then we said we must consider what is there in the Constitution in terms of CGE, or Chapter 9 institutions. And then we said you must also look at the Act. He must add that thing of no discrimination because of race and age and color and all those things. Those are the things that he needs to add in the criteria. Babu Tembe, is there anything specific, maybe a delay so that at least it's registered, it's on record?
Thanks, Chair and honorable members. I just added what you said, that for actually anybody implicated in gender-based violence and corruption. So then it's what I added because that was a recommendation coming from the committee. That is the only addition that I've made.
No, the one on the of the constitution that we read. It's democratic.
So I omitted that one and actually inserted the one which is based on the constitution, which is section 193(2) of the constitution, because the opinion that I have added was speaking to all provinces, but then said it's gonna tie the committee.
Yeah.
So then we opted for the constitutional modification.
Yeah.
Very true.
Yeah, so just send us the amended version of the criteria so that all members can have it. Yeah. We have already moved for the adoption of that criteria with the amendments. And then what else, Nelly? You know? Okay, thank you very much, honorable members. I think if there's nothing, we are almost done for the day. Dinner is so on tomorrow we're resuming at 9:30. 9, 9:30 got too late, Janet.
Right.
You know, when I look at the honorable members at this side, on my left, hey, I heard someone saying, all right. And then this side on my right, I heard honorable members Makaula and honorable sheriff saying, all right, sheriff. I wanted to say we let's start at 7.
We
so that you don't sleep. You
Follow my eyes. Follow my eyes. Just want to be there. So, okay. Thank you.
Okay, we have come to the end of our meeting, and thank you very much, honorable members, at least to have done what we were supposed to have done today. Let's go through, honorable members. Yeah? What? Do what? Hey, I again, it's visual. Yo, but Baba, I hope grants Perasesto did. Yonke into sorted. You would see Shay 7%.